Hello, everybody, and welcome to Low Ink January 2022. We are live with day 2. I am Cater, and I am joined here today by Devi.
Hey-o.
Yeah, alright, we're going to be starting off with Falling Sharks versus Pain Bashers. And I've seen, I don't know necessarily these teams as teams, but I've definitely seen some of their players around, especially those on Pain Bashers. You know, I've seen Fresh around on different teams. And then another player on the roster, Disso, I used to talk to a lot. So it's pretty cool to see these teams.
Yeah, the names are definitely familiar. I don't know them as like full-on teams as well. I should know the one of them, but my brain's just kind of going at the moment.
Understandable.
I know I ran into the one of them in League not too long ago, so...
Yeah, you know, sometimes you run into the teams when you're warming up or trying to get the last minute practice in League, and it happens a lot. We're going to be starting off on Splat Zones on Anchovy for our first round here, first round of winners, and we are doing counter picks on day 2, so losing team will get to counter pick. That's exciting. I love this new system that we have for day 2. It just makes the matches so much more exciting.
I don't know if I'd consider it new at this point.
I guess not new, yeah, but like I also do like I don't know. I've been around like Low Ink since February 2021, so it's actually almost been a year since I started commentating for Low Ink. So that's why sometimes I mistakenly call it new, but it's really not. It's kind of old at this point. It's still a really cool system though.
But going into this first game, I think I have a couple ideas of what teams are going to bring out for comps, but I never assume because some of them can be a surprise, and it's always such a great surprise to see. Especially like I'm an off-meta person, so when someone brings something that you don't normally see, it's fantastic.
Yeah, well, those are yellow Glugas, so already we got a little bit. So, Woomy on the side of Pain Bashers bringing out those Gluga Decos. It's a lot of quick respawn too, so really excited to see how that plays out. That team's also got 96 for that armor, as well as the Neo Splash and the K-Shot, so they're gonna have a good amount of paint on their side. We have a Neo Splash on the other side as well as that same K-Shot, so pretty similar weapons all around, and already we've got the Neo Splash on the side of Pain Bashers bringing out that Suction Bomb Rush, meaning that they're going to get first pick, but we're also seeing missiles come out of Falling Sharks. So right now we've got a lot of specials going on to the zone, a lot of deaths happening too, as that zone's going to flip right to Falling Sharks before Pain Bashers can get too much of a lead going.
It's still been relatively neutral. It'll be interesting to see if this Booyah does get off, and it looks like it doesn't. It did get shredded, so still relatively back and forth, but it looks like Pain Bashers are starting to gain a little more control with this bomb rush here. We see Woomy taking the fan. I believe they have their eyes on the person behind it, but they are missiled, so they're going to probably have to retreat here. Oh, the suction bomb with the pick on the arcade there by Fresh. And the baller going in for a splat too, just before it explodes. And Pain Bashers, they'd have the control here, down at 50 points already.
Yeah, very much so, and you can see them pushing up. Gull here on that 96, gonna try and take more control of that zone with the help of their Gluga Deco friend. That armor coming out at just the right time as well, letting them go a little bit deeper into that territory. That armor saved those Glugas right there. Unfortunately, they do go right down again to a suction bomb. I get the feeling we're gonna be seeing a lot of bomb picks here. But already we got Pain Bashers down to 13, and that cap is not going to be applied. No penalty points for them yet. We're fighting for the zone right now, but still somehow they're managing to come out on top, even with 2 down. That's going to be the first game.
The Glugas just kind of managed to dive in there and get landing their shots, and that was a great great pinch on the left there with the Glugas going in and people getting picked by a bomb and going down there. The splash also getting good numbers. Like, it's pretty even numbers all around for KA on Pain Bashers. Like, you could see that they were patient with each other, and they were picking off Falling Sharks Painter. That was a huge advantage point for them to be able to hold zone and just kind of lock them back. Their Painter couldn't come back in, and their main Painter couldn't really come back in and do a whole lot. The Glugas just kind of found their way through and said, "Hi, I'm not going nowhere."
Yeah, both the Glugas and the 96 are both really high damage weapons, so they can, one shot from each of them will just take you out, especially with, I think Gluga's damage increases when it dodge rolls, so that just makes it all the more dangerous.
The opening was really well too. It was still good neutral play, both counter specials by both, and it just It was just which one got the more picks afterwards, and then how they took the lockout. So that's where Pain Bashers thrived a little more there.
Yeah, now we'll be waiting on our counter picks. So we have it. We're going to go to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy, which is one of those maps where it's really, really important to control that plat. Similar to Anchovy, actually, where, you have that higher up arcade area, and then here on Inkblot, you've got that plat that you really need to come up and take control of it. Otherwise, the opposing team is just going to force you out off the tower.
Yeah, the maps they are a bit. They are similar in that kind of way. It's just this one's more tighter in the middle, and then your wide areas are on the sides. So if we've seen how Pain Bashers can get control before, it'll be interesting to see if Falling Sharks is going to be aware of that this time. Now that they've seen what Pain Bashers is throwing at them, are they going to play a little more together, or just kind of like as soon as they call this person out, are they going to leave it, move to the other side, or take it on as a team and then push forward? Because there's different ways you can approach that when you have someone coming in from another angle being aggressive. It's either you kind of leave it and shift around it as it kind of moves to you, you shift forward, or you tag team it and go forward.
There's a couple of ways to approach on Inkblot as well. I mean, of course, you'll have people going around the tower path, but I don't recall whether this map has the block that you can use to get up alternatively onto plat. If it does, that's another way to get up, but I don't actually, because it's not present on all modes. And then it's got the staircase on the
little
stairs, and sometimes that gets really annoying when you're trying to defend, and then suddenly there's a Slayer on your plat.
That's definitely one thing I know for me myself. I'd like to put mines there.
Oh yeah,
mines or what is it? Walls are usually in play there, so usually one of two are watching that, or someone's just aggressive on that side and make sure no one can get through there. So teams have their own way of blocking that, so it's just keeping an eye on it and how they block it and not letting them get up for free.
Yeah, but you still gotta keep an eye on it, just whatever method that you decide to pick. We've got double K-shot flings a zap on the side of Pain Bashers. I'm loving the comps that they're bringing out. Flings a, not necessarily something I would expect to see on Tower Control. I would more expect it to see on zones, but interesting in this foil.
You see it on Tower, but holy missiles is all I'm gonna say.
That is true. You can get a lot of missiles pretty quickly, and we can already see this roller in action. They've already got those missiles, and unfortunately they're gonna go down right there, but still the one down situation on either side, so it's pretty good. And Woomy here getting one pick, looking for another. We're getting really nice
teamwork.
Wow, oh my goodness. That's 3 down on the side of Falling Sharks, and so of course that means that first checkpoint is going to fall with pretty little, no resistance from Falling Sharks. And now this is where Pain Bashers comes up, takes control of this upper area too, and I mean, just look at them. There's so many picks going down right here. This Inkjet here not finding anything, almost going down themselves as well. Looks like that jump's gonna get camped. Oh, they do not actually go down. T-Tech managing to squeeze out of that 3 down now on the side of Pain Bashers, so that push is going to stop at about 37, which is a really nice opening push too.
The way those 2 K shots work together on that push, that was amazing to see. Like, one went in, the other one would do follow-up shots, the other went in, the other would do follow-up shots, and then they just took control of the plat, and the tower just pushed with the flings of following up. That was beautiful to watch.
Oh yeah, I mean, double K-shot, not something you see all the time, but it worked really well for them right there. We've got an Inkjet looking for a pick, not quite gonna get something, and all the missiles coming right back onto them. That's what you're gonna see with the K-shots. That is triple missile. I didn't realize it now, but
that's why I said holy missiles.
Oh boy. Yeah, Falling Sharks is not gonna have a great time with all of those missiles, and you've got the flings are there as well, using that staircase to come up already. But still, we've got this push out here from Falling Sharks. Really nice momentum going on here. Inkjet again gets one pick, gets the second pick. This is a 1v1 situation on the tower right here. But still, that second checkpoint is going to be broken through. 1v1 situation.
It's going to be lead.
Oh, that is lead indeed. And all of these jumps coming in all at once. And you saw all 3 of their team members were like, yeah, we got the jump in. And this push is still going. They've got it to 28, and they're very much maintaining a presence here. You can see the members of Pain Bashers really backed up here, kind of just trying to get back in, but not quite finding their way, especially with the constant pressure that Falling Sharks is putting on them. And still his push is not over. Really nice flick shot from that Flingza, though. Oh my god.
I don't think the Inkjet was aware that the Flingza was up there, just because of how they were how they were positioned and turned.
Delayed white.
Yeah, that was just kind of asking for the Flingza to take them out of the sky, but lots of good pressure there by Falling Sharks. They did manage to take the lead there and push. Pain Bashers not rushing in. You could see that they were held back a bit, but they kept throwing their bombs, they got their specials, and they did manage to come in really well, and they waited for the opportunity, and that opportunity was the Inkjet unaware of the Flingza.
Yes, sometimes it's really important to just wait for a little crack in there in the presence of the opposing team instead of just rushing in, like you said. And now we've got Pain Bashers back on this tower push here. They have control. They're looking for all of those missiles. We've got the Inkjet going down to the Flingza again, although in a little bit of a different manner this time. Flingza gonna go down themselves to the K-Shot here, who's looking for another pick. Doesn't quite get it though, gonna get double teamed instead with that N-Zap, and so this tower is gonna keep on moving very, very close to that lead right now.
Oh, they are very close. They did get it.
Oh, there we go. 17-13 right now with a full white, but when you only have 1 minute left, sometimes those 4 points can make a huge difference. It's just the fact that they were able to stay on that third checkpoint a little bit longer than Falling Sharks is what's going to be really important here. So we have 50 seconds and counting left. You can see all of these, the missiles getting targeted here, looking for just the perfect opportunity to fire. And we still have 2 other specials online as well. Especially with this Inkjet, this armor combo, that can be really, really important. You can see them looking for the good spot to pop there. And here we go. There is the combo. Right now, armor unfortunately getting shredded, looking for a pick, not quite gonna find it. Going down to missiles. Oh, 2 down now. That Flingza going in. Unfortunate.
I don't even think that was their own missiles. Yes, flew into their teammates' missiles. That's unfortunate.
Sometimes you gotta take one for the team, you know, but unfortunately we're seeing the tower reset back to mid, which is gonna make it a lot more difficult. Members running for the tower, but you can see all those bombs on there, not gonna let them take in. That was such a back and forth game. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. The Inkjet was struggling. I felt bad for the Inkjet. Just whenever they went, it was just they did have their moments to get some picks there. I think we did see them get a double earlier on their window, but they just had a rough time and kind of Inkjetted as it was going to be, you have to use something, but missiles are going to be constantly going off. So the things to know is that you're going to be consistently seen is a lot of things missiles are used for, and you're going to have that added paint pressure that you have to always dodge around. And when you get used to that, that's kind of the way to avoid them, and just communication. But at the very end, the Inkjet tried to go in, but they went in to their teammate and took those missiles, going 1 down, and that's really hard to come back in that 3v4 to try to get that push that they want to reclaim lead. Also, you were saying how you haven't seen double K shot much. It is definitely a thing. There's usually double shot comps nowadays.
I'm a little bit out of touch with the comp scene.
No, it's not new at all. People will do this, especially in you see it in more Rainmaker than anything. But because K shot missiles, that's what they were going for here. So I've even seen it in zones too. One will go missile spam, one will go normal, and but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like this sometimes. Sometimes the triple missile will work. It happens.
Yeah, and with a like I said, Inkblood's a lot tighter spaced when the tower is pushing. So that's what's gonna happen. But we're already going into the next match here pretty quick, as they're already getting into the lobby. So no breaks at all. We're just jumping into it, as next match is Snowfall versus Kraken United.
Oh yeah, let's see. Don't know if I know either of these teams. Actually,
you should know one of them. You should know both of them.
I unfortunately, like I said, I'm a little bit out of touch, so I don't recognize everything. I do recognize some. I recognize Snowfall. I will say this. I do recognize Snowfall. I recognize the players.
You don't know that one.
I know them now.
I don't know.
I looked at their eyes like, oh yes,
anymore.
I know them. Yes, okay. I recognize now. I'm not that out of touch. I'm a little bit out of touch, but I'm not. Oh my goodness. I do my best, but we're heading into our first game very quickly here. We're going to be doing Splat Zones on Wahoo World. Oh boy, the one circular zone in the whole game.
And what about it?
There's a good amount of things about it actually.
Exactly, but this is the one map where if you want range, this is the map to bring it, especially to control those two sides. But I do see a lot of all aggro comps come in here with the ones that have pretty decent painting subs, and you'll have people coming in and flank. They'll pinch from two sides. They'll use their specials to get zone, just to counter whatever range is thrown at them, and people can lock out pretty good on this map.
Yeah. Lockouts here can be pretty darn painful because you have to go. Sometimes you just have to go onto I think it's Bats, the area that overlooks the zone, and it's really hard to fight from that angle, especially when you can't really drop because that whole area is like overtaken by the enemy team. So sometimes lockouts here can really be devastating.
The biggest thing is patience and special coordination. If one goes too early, it can all fall apart, especially when you're trying to break out of a lockout situation. So we'll see how these two teams fare out. I am thinking it's going to be a pretty interesting beginning.
Yeah, I mean, with Zones Wahoo, you got people going for the zones, but there's a couple different angles. There's both sides, especially because the bridges don't change, and then you have underneath the carousel too. So sometimes you can pull off a sneaky little flank. Sometimes it happens. So we'll have to see. And ooh, that's a V-Jet, that's a Squeezer. We got the K Dynamo coming in here. Got a couple
okay.
Yeah. Been a little while since I've seen Dynamo outside of like Humpback, or one of the weapons that the maps that it really has those advantages on. Of course, you have the V-Jet in here too, which we're gonna have more missiles. We're gonna have more missiles in this set, as well as some mist here. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out for them.
If there's a set without missiles, I will actually be surprised. Like I would love to see it, but it's what you see most of the time. Anywho, I want to go back to this Dynamo. This Dynamo's got a lot of ledge control when it can get there. Of course, it has to be aware of the missiles and go in as long as it's got like the teammates in front of it. But when it gets behind ledge or on top of it, its flicks are deadly. But right now, it's very pushed back, and it can't apply a whole lot of that pressure because Kraken United's got the zone, and they're painting up around it. We see Zaya trying to see if they can do something on the top corner. They have missile. I think they did missile all of them. Looks like Bubbles are going to come out and maybe stall on the side. The Booyah Bomb just shredding two of them immediately. And Snowfall looking to try to come back in, but Zaya gets picked off. Three were right there. And 2 members of Snowfall were down pretty quickly. Kraken United's got a solid control of the zone right here, and they are reading where Snowfall is coming in from. And they're picking members off one at a time to go 2 down, leading them in a pretty difficult stagger. So we'll see if they can move in with this Booyah Bomb. The double Booyah Bomb, it's not gonna... Is it gonna cap? Okay, it did. I actually kind of thought maybe it would get out-painted, but it was only the jet getting a lot of paint on. But they did get the cap finally, but not for long.
Though, unfortunate, and that's
not for long.
Yeah, we've got like 60. That was 60-some penalty points, but those penalty points seem like a lot, but they can get chewed through very quickly, especially if a team's got a solid hold. I mean, I feel like this is almost the most zone-centric lockout that I've ever seen. They're just kind of waiting for the members of Snowfall to come to them, almost because, like you said, it feels like they have a really good grasp on how Snowfall's going to approach. We've got that Dynamo up there, missiles from both sides as well. double Booyah again, trying to get the cap, gets neutralized, does get the cap 3 down also on the side of Kraken United. That K-Gal with the Booyah Bomb, the only one alive right now. So this means that Snowfall's going to be able to push up a little bit here, get a little bit more of that hold on zone, and hopefully apply some sort of lockout on their end as well, especially because they had very little penalty points. So now they're going to start taking down this timer 60 and counting.
Like, Kraken United had all of their specials, and they decided to use them all at once. We'll see if any of them play off. Unfortunately, it actually backfires on them. They used all 4 specials at once. The Squeezer got picked off at the end of the bubbles, and then we saw the 52 go down, followed by the Jet. And Snowfall successfully defends that special push.
Yeah, that is
they're actually going to take lead here.
There is lead, yeah. Now we're in the single digits, especially with that Booyah Bomb. It's going to be so much more difficult to go, and we see all the specials coming out here, everything, but that final Booyah Bomb here just going to eradicate any pain. And actually, we've got Snowfall taking that first match.
Snowfall turning it right around and doing what Kraken United was at the start. Snowfall became more patient towards the middle/end of that game there, where their specials were more staggered. They weren't all at once. Like, we saw the Booyah Bombs come out one after each other, so that if one didn't succeed, the other one was shortly after behind to finish it off. And they defended that, like I said, they defended that all 4 specials very well. Like, they picked off the Squeezer first, and it was just towards the end of the bubbles when they got the Squeezer. So that takes down the bubbles. And then I didn't see if the 52 got the Booyah off. I can't remember. Do you remember if the Booyah got off?
I don't know if I remember. I know I saw a lot of Booyahs in that match, especially on the side of Snowfall.
I do remember that they had all 4 specials, and they were all used basically at once when they were trying to do that counter push to go back in to zone at the end there.
Yeah, sometimes if you use all your specials at once, then you've exhausted all your resources. It's really unfortunate. It's kind of like, when you use all your specials to get back into mid, and then you're in mid and you have to try and push with no specials. It gets really difficult. And even when Snowfall was taking the zone back with that double Booyah, they did, like you said, stagger that Booyah. You had one after the other. I mean, imagine, you're on zone, you got one Booyah, you dodge it, you're fine, then you get another Booyah immediately right
it's
at
like,
you.
oh no!
One thing after the other.
First one.
Yeah, you're gonna be weak. You're gonna have paint around you from the first one. It's gonna be so much more difficult to escape from it.
As a person who has basically ate 2 Booyah Bombs, it is a pain when you see them coming right for your face and you just dodge one. It's like, oh, come on!
Yeah, I mean, there's one after the other, and sometimes that's why running duplicates of specials can get you plays. I mean, we saw that with the triple missile. We're seeing it here with the double Booyah.
See what we see next. Now we're back on Anchovy, but or as I say to my friends, Anko 5. Now
I can understand
control.
that.
Yeah, now we're going to tower control. We might see some more Inkjets here because we do see the Inkjet funny from Fan, where they like to launch themselves in the air and get those picks from high up.
The Inkjet funny.
I have a feeling we're probably because sometimes you'll see double T-Tech here, or the double shots make their presence known on this map mode. But I don't think we're going to see the double shots from these comps. Inkjets, yes. Missiles, yes. Not too sure about the other ones, so that could change.
Yeah, I mean, I would be kind of surprised, actually, if the little Inkjet funny didn't make its appearance here, because I see it so much.
Yeah, some don't. It depends on what the teams have practiced, so...
That's true. I mean, you don't have to do the Inkjet funny, but I will very much expect it from you.
Okay, so we got one Inkjet.
One parentheses one.
One Inkjet, yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we've got the missiles, we've got the Booyah Bomb, we've got the armor. The other team is opting. We see Snowfall opting for the double missile Inkjet armor, so that can be a decent lock. But we see quick armors from both sides and a quick missile from both sides.
Yeah, but we've also got that squeezer with the bubbles on
Yep.
the side of Kraken United, so I'm excited to see how that plays out, especially because those can be really useful when you're trying to get through that second checkpoint, when, you know, you've got everything at once going on to you. So I'm going to just need a little shield.
Yes, that is where the squeezer is going to shine, especially when they're trying to get the picks on the opponent's arcade snipe area. They have the extra tap range to do it to help pull off. Well, it looks like the Zap was caught out on the side, trying to maybe do a funny flank, or maybe trying to get out, but they were kind of just on top of that box there, and just could not find their way out.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to have Kraken United with the first push here. Already getting through that first checkpoint. You see, here are the bubbles from that squeezer. Maybe a little bit early, but we've also got that Booyah Bomb to follow up, and I guess they were still an annoyance, so bubbles are bubbles. We've got those bombs coming out as well. Inkjet's here going to find assist 2 down now on the side of Kraken United. So it looks like that push is going to stop there. 48, not bad, running up right next to that second checkpoint there. Especially with that first checkpoint gone, gonna make that next push for them a lot easier.
The 52 doing a nice opt to just jump back to a teammate instead of jumping all the way back out the spawn. I know some people forget to do that, so I thought I might note that.
I forget to do that. I'm an anchor. I have X down A programmed into my hands. What do you mean I can jump to another teammate? I just jump back to spawn, easy.
Yeah, no, it's sometimes a thing, especially when your support player rotates back to you. But it looks like right now, Snowfall's trying to see if they can make it up the wall here, but they are struggling as members of Kraken United are just in the way. But this armored Inkjet, the armor did end, but the Inkjet's looking to maybe push somebody back. I don't think they got any picks with it. Instead, the bucket ends up going down on Fan, and Kraken United has more control of the side of the tower because Snowfall is trying to respawn back in.
Yeah, waiting for those respawns right now. You can see them a little bit looking. It looks like the Zap's trying to get. They have that armor as well, so we're gonna see that when Snowfall decides to come back in. We're seeing the bubbles out here from the squeezer with those bombs as well. They do get popped, but still pretty nice bubble placement. You've got the Booyah also coming out here, and here's another. Here's an example from Kraken United where not all of the specials are being popped at the same time. You're getting one thing after another, and oh, those suction bombs gonna take out the Gal though. You can see that mist on the tower too. Pretty important there. That push is going to stop again right at that second checkpoint though.
The mist on the tower, it slows the tower and it just kind of kills your ink tank. It's stronger than it seems, especially on tower control. And I know myself personally, I do not like mist on tower.
Oh yeah, like tower and Rainmaker as well, because Rainmaker is all about that movement, that swimming.
Yep.
Like, so as somebody that I've played with like a mist player, and then I play Siege at myself, so it's like, oh, you wanted to avoid my Stingray? Another day. But right now we've got actually 3 specials on the side of Snowfall. We're getting 2 of those popped right now, that Inkjet. So all 3 coming out. The bubbles from the squeezer gonna take out one of the members, gonna take out, and another member goes down as well. That Octo shot falling. See the ooh, that fling is almost getting away, but just not quite managing, and so that tower's gonna fall under control of Kraken United again.
This Zap did the funny flank, and now it's right behind. Let's see how many they can take off here.
Goodness. He's getting one, unfortunately getting, I think that was like 1 or 2v1 right there, but they did manage to pull off the funny flank, so props to them, because sometimes that can take a really long time. More bubbles from the squeezer, more Booyah Bombs from the 52, getting 1 pick. Squeezer down, unfortunately, so 3v3 situation right now, but we've got multiple people down. That person advantage on the side of Kraken United right here as they're going to take it past that second checkpoint. Heading up in the third right now, VJ going to go down. That is unfortunate. Their Tower Rider's down. This jump in here. Oh, that jump narrowly getting away. And oh, that Booyah Bomb shredded as well.
Booyah Bomb was shredded, but still effective. It did push a player back, but it looks like there was one more in the way there. The squeezer was trying to get in the way. Snowfall looking to try to get some kind of control. They have 8 seconds left till overtime. The Jet is in position. The Inkjet looking to try to push them back. Tower's just reaching mid now. We see Zaya looking to try to go for Fan again. There's a few times where this hasn't been successful. They do manage to succeed this time. The bubble's coming out. Are they going to survive? They got the bubbler, and the missiles are on the tower. There's 2 down. Snowfall is looking pretty decent in this push here. They just need to make sure they control that top corner, make sure that top right's looked at, because there is one sitting on the top right. They've got another missile. They got the inkjet. This pressure's really good. They might be able to. Oh, the GG Booyah.
Booyah, GG Booyah, but not quite GG Booyah.
There. This could be a lead thing. I think they got it.
Wipe. That was a wipe at the end on Kraken United. That GG Booyah just didn't have anybody to follow up, so they were able to just wait it out. And that overtime push from Snowfall, able to take it, able to clutch up and take that. Very, very nice.
This is the second game in a row.
Also, that is 15
United.
missiles.
Yes.
That is 15 missiles.
That's nothing new at this point.
That's too many missiles.
I'm sitting here like...
As an anchor player, it's time to stop.
You know what? I'm just sitting here like... I don't care at this point. like if people don't hit double digits in missiles on games, I'm sitting here like, okay, what else is new?
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
So this is the second game in a row where it looks like Kraken United, they look like that they have dominant control throughout the entire game, and then they have one slip up at the very end in their defense. And Snowfall just comes in and bullies it.
You gotta take advantage of it, you know?
They gotta find it. They're coordinating back in so nicely. They're getting the picks off one at a time at who's like too far in. They're controlling the edges, and they're making them panic, and they're taking advantage of that. Like they looked like they were struggling to try to get initial pushes off in the middle of the game there. Like we saw Zaya trying to take Fan. I think I saw Zaya go Fan 3 times, and I think Kraken United kind of adapted to that because I saw 2 of them fail. And that's something when it comes to repeating how you're going in. You need to make sure you change that up, because people will notice that. It will call it out. I know, like, for example, me and specifically, if I see like a front line trying to take the same approach for a second or third time, I'll be like, okay, they're doing this for the second time, they're doing this for the third time, adapt to it, change. I think Kraken United might have noticed that with the bucket. And that's how they were keeping a lot of decent control there, and then they were able to focus on tower right afterwards. But yeah, it was right at the very end. There was one falter in the defense, and Snowfall just jumped on it and got the win.
Yeah, it just got completely exploited right there, but hey, more power to you if you can do that, if you can spot that and take advantage of that. So much power to you, so much power to Snowfall. Reading on our counter pick right now, we'll see. We'll see. A little bit of a longer set than our last one, so we got best of 5 going on instead of a best of 3. Mm-hmm. And we have our counter pick, Tower Control Starfish.
PC Starfish. Alright, so this is the flank map galore. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw funny flanks on the last map, oh boy, just wait. Just you wait.
Yeah, no, this is the number one where people can go from any direction, and at this point,
Splatlings are a thing on this map.
Yes. At this point, what doesn't flank on this map, and is it even considered a flank? It's almost just like a normal path at this point.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, you're taking that path. Yeah, I expect it. We expect that at this point. You know, what would be a flank on any other map is just a regular, everyday Starfish main stage occurrence.
Yep, it's a lot of people will fight for mid, and people are like, you know what, this has been neutral for too long. Let's see if we can maybe take another approach to it. So they'll pick one of 3 ways to go. Like sometimes someone will paint one side to distract, so it'll make the enemy team think there's a flank happening, but then they can approach through mid, or they'll try to maybe bait through mid while someone's waiting on one of the sides and then jump on it. There's so many ways teams play this, and it's going to be interesting to see. What is it? We saw, of course, the last game was also tower control, and we saw Kraken United again take a lot of control, hence the name, with this mode. So, but it's a different map, and we'll see what they bring out here. If it's going to be similar comp, if it's going to be slightly different. Yeah, because
The mind games are strong with this.
They are both proven to be evened out. It's just we'll see if Kraken United can keep up their offense, but also keep up their defense at the same time.
Yeah, easier said than done. We've got the Soda Slosher coming out here, so a little bit of a change, but I can understand that. I mean, you've got a little bit more open space to work with here, so that Burst Bomb Rush can be really effective here, as well as that Lethal Bomb sub is really, really nice to have another Splat Bomb on the team.
See Kraken United going with the double Booyah Bomb with the 52 and the Pro, keeping the bubbles and the armor, so relatively similar. This Soda Slosher goes down pretty quick here, and we see the Zap coming in for a flank. I don't think they see this because the backs are turned, and does successfully get a pick and is pressuring another one here, calling for help, which is something that is really good to do. I don't think they got that pick, but Snowfall did move in together to force the jump out, so...
You have to redirect your attention. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. The Sloshers not having the greatest of times here. The Squeezer coming in here with the Bubble Blower, and as well as we saw that Booyah Bomb go off. There it is. But still, this push has not been stopped. Oh, now it has been, especially with that Booyah Bomb. Nicely catching that tower. We got a member of Snowfall here. Backing up just a little bit. They have that Burst Bomb Rush at the ready, so when they join up with their teammates again, they're going to be able to use that. Excited to see how that plays out for them. That push to 49, quite nice as well for an opening.
The armor's out. Looks like the Burst Bomb Rush is coming out as well, looking to try to throw them over, add a little extra paint control. But we see the Octo Shot going down. It looks like the Bucket's going to be the next to go down here. Just dodging really nicely here.
Yeah, there we go.
Making me eat my words. Good job, Zan. I am very glad you made me eat my own words.
The beautiful little arc slosh there is what I love to see out of Slosher gameplay. But we also saw that turn into a 3 down on the side of Snowfall. So Kraken United is going to take advantage of that. Going to take the tower, push it a little bit forward. They're at 79 right now, almost at that first checkpoint. That Booyah Bomb going to give them the little push that they needed, but they still need to get those picks. They have the specials right now, the Booyah Bomb, the bubbles. Ooh, and they are getting picks. It was a nice bubble. Very, very nice bubbles. You'll love to see it.
Something that I find Kraken United is missing is that this Zap is flanked 3 times now. They need to adapt to this. The Zap is actually initiating these takebacks, and I think Kraken United can be definitely more aware of that, because this Zap has shown that they're not playing a traditional Zap, is how I'm going to put this. They're going around off angles. They're still painting up before they try and do these things, but the Zap is helping to initiate and then meeting up with the Octo Shot or the Flingza after when they pull off a flank, and it's allowing them to get these pushes off.
Ooh, but the jump in here right from this 50-52, Gal getting 1, getting 2. That's a 3 down now on the side of Snowfall. So that's just going to be almost a single-handed stop to that push. Very nice, and sometimes that's why that second checkpoint can be so dangerous. But as you can see, that second checkpoint was actually completed. So that's a pretty high bar to get past. Although we can definitely see that happen with more picks. More picks coming out of this 52. 3 down again on the side of Snowfall, and here is where the door is wide open. Oh boy is right, because Snowfall has to crack down on this defense. And the shot going down is not what you want in this situation, because we are heading up on the second checkpoint right now, and those bubbles are coming out too. Really nicely placed. The Booyah Bomb. Both
this
Booyah
is going to
Bombs.
be lead.
That is lead right there. Almost an opposite of what we've been seeing in the previous 2 matches. That breakthrough push from the side of Kraken United.
No. The
way.
Flingza was caught way off on the far side. They weren't even near objective. But look at this push. Kraken United saying, we're not even going to give you the chance for overtime this time. We just want to KO it. But 2 of them go down, so
3 down?
Snowfall is not done yet. There is a minute left. There's still 1 way. The 52 is way up on this Bats corner here.
Oh my goodness.
And they are trying to find it, but I believe they know it's up here.
52. They're gonna chill up here. You can see that Zap. That Zap knows what's going on, but they're gonna fall in. It looks like they decided to back off. That Zap knew what was up. And you can see that armor is getting popped right now. Control of the tower. We've got 25 seconds left and even though that 52 didn't get picks, they still wasted time, wasted resources. We've got the Slosher out here with the Burst Bomb Rush, getting 1, getting 2, very nice 2v2 situation. And Tower's stalled in mid right now, though. That's, trade 1 down, going both down on both teams right now. And
Goodness.
Oh, we have the tower take. We're gonna see overtime there on that tower, but the question is, can they get all the way to 6 from mid in overtime right now? We've got the armor, we've got the Inkjet coming out. Inkjet's looking for a pick. They see one that they're trying to get. Not quite gonna get it, so we've got all 4 members up on both sides right now. Those missiles very, very quickly charging up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we've got the Booyah tower. There we go.
Someone was there this time. Someone was there.
Yeah, they followed up on it. They learned their lesson, and so this set is not over just yet. Overtime not working out for Snowfall this time as Kraken United takes the game.
I was about to pull a funny in the middle of the game, and I'm like, I'm just not going to. But I was gonna commentate how they were coming back in with specials. And I was gonna say Zaya's initiating the snowball fight because of the burst bomb rush, and I'm like, I'm just gonna not until the end. So, but that 52 popped off middle of that. Like, holy smokes.
Sometimes you gotta, so you know, these maps can be a bit snowbally. So.
Okay, I know.
It wouldn't be a stream with me on it without some nice puns. I get that from Quark, though. I get that from Quark. Alright, so this means we're heading to a game 4. We're waiting for that counter pick from Snowfall. This first counter pick, this set from them.
We've seen a lot of zones, tower, and I wonder if we're gonna see any of the other two at all.
I mean, when you let competitive teams counterpick, you're really gonna expect to see anything but zones and tower, unless they're forced into it.
You know what? I do see teams who have practiced certain clams maps. They pick clam, and it's such a good thing to see because like clams definitely demonstrates that coordination. It can also be cheese sometimes. Yes, but I get why it's not picked, but.
I mean, as somebody that's cheesed crucial clams matches, yes, it very much can be cheese. But still, it's sometimes entertaining to watch.
But yeah, no, it just it's going to be interesting to see which one they do pick because it's going to be one of those 2 modes, I believe.
Yeah, I've been commentating a couple different tournaments with counter pick rules, so it's like the counter pick rules are kind of spinning around my head right now, but we have our pick, Manta Rainmaker. Alright.
We've seen a lot of close games on this one.
Yes, we have. And sometimes you just see the absolute, just barreling towards that pedestal, and sometimes it's just over in the blink of an eye. But I guess you could say that for a lot of Rainmaker maps.
So, what do we have here? I will be surprised if the Squeezer doesn't come back because Bubbles is going to be very strong here.
Oh yeah, Bubbles are great here. I mean, little passages, Bubbles.
Bucket's probably going to come back. It'll be interesting to see which roller will come out here because I've seen both be pretty dominant on Manta. Probably the Flingza for more mobility, but you never. Like I said, I've seen both work here. But it's there. Sometimes there can be a really long neutral game on this map before someone's even able to get a push off. So. We'll see if someone gets an early flank or if they just try to maintain control at first, and it all comes down to which team coordinates better at the beginning.
Yeah, sometimes somebody will try and take it and run, but a lot of the time, like you said, you just kind of get this really long wait while both teams wait to get the opening that they want, to get the 3 down or the wipe situation, and sometimes you just gotta take it and you gotta go, because I've seen pushes actually work like that, where somebody just picks it up, weasels their way past the opponent, and suddenly they're at like 50. There it is, there's the Squeezer. We've got a Tri-Nouveau, so that's gonna be that's gonna be splat bombs in each form. Yeah, no need for the double armor here necessarily because they already have that zap. though, we get to see the Tri-Nouveau. We get to see that splat bomb coming out of him.
I'll be interesting to see Snowfall's answer to taking the narrow passageways, because as you can see, Kraken United has the double booyah bubble again. They're using their tower control comp that they used the last game. That can be very powerful, and we see 3 members of Snowfall already going down, and this could not be great. Zaya just getting picked off, and the Squeezer's trying to move in. They don't have bubbles yet. I imagine they've got to be close, but they won't need more, so good job to Snowfall picking off that, because I think bubbles were getting close. They do manage to stop the Rainmaker at the jump there, so it wasn't as bad as I figured it would be. The Rainmaker shield pick, just catching one off the other side.
Sometimes that happens. Sometimes Rainmaker shield physics can be really wonky, especially with all of the little narrow passageways on this map, so that Rainmaker is going to reset back to mid. We've got Umbre on this Inkjet, looking for something, not quite finding anything, but they're still going to be able to roll out of that Inkjet alive. Booyah directly onto the Rainmaker to dissuade anybody from picking it up. And
just
also
the Squeezer's going right in. There's no stopping this Squeezer right now, and they're just using the bubble as a shield until a teammate can get in. And we saw Twice try to go in, and I think they might have gotten a trade over there. But it ends up with the Flingza going down. Flingza going down as well. 52 went down, but Kraken United does have more control here as they are pushing Snowfall back and looking to see if maybe they can find a pathway. The rain is out, just painting bunker. It looks like Zaya's getting the high ground just to slosh from above, throwing bombs, but the K-Pro sees this and is trying to apply pressure to it.
Yeah, we got one of the games we were talking about where sometimes it's just neutral or low pushes for a really long time until you get like, I don't know, like a minute and a half left and one team gets a really big opening and bam, the game is over. So maybe that will happen here. But right now we've got 2 down on the side of Snowfall, so Kraken United is going to be able to take this and move forward just a little bit, but they really don't have that much time. The Rainmaker 10 seconds left, and that's going to get cut short by this Flingza here just dropping down out of nowhere. Sometimes that happens. Yeah, you get jump scared by a roller. It happens.
That was a nice long stall from Snowfall there.
Oh, yeah.
Like getting the timer all the way down to almost blow up, just in mid, where it's like, okay, we just got this opportunity, and there's that low timer left. It's just like, whoa.
Oh yeah. Like that's a long time to stall. 50 seconds or a little bit less because of the faster time when it retreats, but that is still a good amount of time for stalling, so props to them for that defense. We're heading into the last minute and 50 or so seconds of this match, and that Rainmaker is still chilling out in mid. 51 is a dangerous lead to have because it is a lead, but it's not one of the most easily defendable leads out there, and so especially with some picks going down, maybe people going down both sides. Who knows what's going to happen in the last minute 30 seconds of this game. That is a wipe. That is a wipe.
And here comes lead, and here comes more points. How far are they going to get with this? This could be just KO immediately. Oh, it's not. There's bombs in the way. There's a person in the way. There's someone right on top. Are they going to drop in and get it? Oh my goodness. They're trying so hard to stop this.
That's another wipe.
That's going to be KO.
That's 2 wipes. That's 2 wipes in a row. That's KO. That is a certified Rainmaker moment.
It really is.
Our set.
Let's just put a stamp on that and be like, Rainmaker stamped, filed.
Yeah. What?
Oh my goodness.
What else is there to say about that? Like, you get the wipe, you take it, you run. That's all you have to do.
I missed how that wipe happened. It was just kind of like
a series of unfortunate events.
Really. Okay, so yeah, I was just like, I want to comment, like, I want to say things on like how this wipe could have happened, but it just, I just brain did not process, and all I saw was wipe go, and I'm like, how did this? I missed how this happened. Like, it's probably gonna be something I watch later to see what it is, and then it's like I'll take notes later, and then but I missed how it happened. But yeah, if you saw that it was just a series of unfortunate events, then that means it looks like that the panic or just getting Kraken United off guard happened once again, like we saw in the previous two modes, like the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was just a great set to end on.
Wow.
Like, no, well, the game, the end. That is just a very decisive end to your set. We've got a little bit of time before our next set, so we've got a couple of things that we want to mention. First off, we have SAC's Tournament 2, which is coming up very soon. SAC, previously known as Splatoon Amateur Circuit, has been reintroduced as the Splatoon Advanced Circuit with help from IPL. We're creating a mid-level circuit aimed towards +3 players and below. Season 4 started recently with our opener event, and Tournament 2 is coming up on January 29th. You can check out sac.inc to get more details. It's very cool. As somebody that helped develop this, was on the staff team, there's been so much effort put into this event.
And as a player who's been a part of this since before it was SAC, and then it merged, and then it put over here to IPL, I played at these events for a long time. I did a whole twit longer about it, just stating how much I enjoyed my experience. So definitely check out SAC, guys, especially if like you're new to the scene, or if you want more to do. You get good experience from it. Well run, of course, and now we've got IPL running it, and it's always just a great thing to play in. So take it from me, who's done this for 3 years, guys. It's definitely not one you want to miss.
Yeah, definitely. We also have a couple of other things coming up later on. We have Battle of the Brushes. So Kingmaker proudly presents Battle of the Brushes, which is their first tournament hosted for the Brush players by the Brush players. If you don't know, they run a lot of Octobrush. Competitors from a wide range of competitive backgrounds will come together to build their all Brush comps and brawl it out for a chance at the crown. The prize pool, $250, and possibly growing, and it's going to be an exciting chaotic showdown taking place on Sunday, January 30th at 11 a.m. PST or 2 p.m. EST.
Definitely don't miss out if just see all those brushes clash and run around, and you just, you end up making art.
Yeah, I mean, run around, like, what else do brushes do?
Run around and get people from behind and go, hey, yeah. They become their own Link.
That's about it.
One last one we have to mention is Friday Night Frenzy. If you're between Divisions 4 and 8 and you're looking to play other teams that are similar to that skill level, Friday Night Frenzy, I cannot speak right now, is accepting applications for teams to participate in their 8-week long round robin series. I am struggling. Participants will play all 3 set each Friday. The best part is that all of your matches will be streamed and commentated, so be sure to join the Discord server and follow at FNF_SPL on Twitter for more information. Applications are open until February the 18th.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite video game, Friday Nights at Frenzy or whatever it's called. But as somebody that's commentated it, it's very cool. It's very nice catering to low level, and it makes really cool matches to watch. So definitely go sign up if you're within that skill range and looking for something to do. With that, we're going to be taking a very short break until our next set. So we'll be right back at you in a couple of minutes with Winners Round 3. Stay tuned.
missiles are going to be popped for Cake's advantage here, as Echo is playing on the wrong side of the map. Chad King now jumping to the far left, looking to try to flip this ball in after popping a Booyah, and effectively just 3 down as Echo is trying to cycle back with that Unchet. They are going to find a pick on Chad King, and the ball is going to get missed because of it. Echo saving that push with 3 down now in their favor.
We are!
This is exactly what we want to see. What a push indeed we've got, though. We've got that double coming out, and now with that 3 down coming on to Lois, they put all of their energy into that, and now we're going to be seeing over... we are not going to be seeing overtime!
I was blocking out this bridge, just trying to stall for time as we enter overtime. Booyah coming online for Snowfall. The ball now going to the ramp, looking for an opportunity. It's Freeze and Carr. They're not going to find it. They go down. The barrier is open though, and they get the ball.
Oh, that's it. Point. Wow. Wow, I didn't think they were going to pop it in time.
And capitalize. You cannot let them cap. And Gaiga struggling here on the side here with the sponge. Really low here. A 4v4 situation. But oh, a nice flake there. And Gaiga's going to find the pick, leaving a 4v3 situation in their favor. 10 picks left for lead. And Gaiga's finding another pick. Missiles coming online. This zone, another pick is finally going to go back to Inkling. Now a 4v1 situation.
But this is just a tight corner right here. 2 going down. Oh, wow. Okay, missiles. Snack again! Snack again!
How'd you get back there? How'd you get back there with a triple? Oh, no! Snowfall's gonna get lit off of that. How?
They might hold it out. We've got 17 seconds left.
The bubbles!
Blue hero, the bubbles, though. Oh, and they
took
were able
the
to take the lead.
They took the lead. The bubbles there blocking the shots. That was a nice bubble there. You may start with
Very
the comeback.
nice indeed. Yes, and with that, now our set is 1-1. Very nice. I mean, again, like you said, those bubbles just are really nice.
My goodness, but look at Low Iron playing from behind the Rainmaker. They have all missiles on them, though, so they're going to have to back up. They can't pick up this Rainmaker, unfortunately, but here it is. They're going to be trying to get a lot of ink on the ground, but no, it's going to be Van Dulce that manages to pick up the Rainmaker and drop it into mid, and they're running away, and this game is over. It's
We're
Queen.
trying so hard to stop this.
That's another wipe.
But
That's another wipe.
that's gonna be KO.
That's two wipes. That's two wipes in a row. That's KO. That is a certified Rainmaker moment
it
to
really
end
is.
our set.
Let's just put a stamp on that and be like Rainmaker stamped filed.
There's a lot of paint. Two go down inside of the corner.
You just kept the zone. Twig got a pick. Twig got 2 picks. They neutralized the zone again. They just need to hold this area a little bit. They're the last hope for Aquatic Vanguard. As they get 2 more picks, and what looked like a near comeback for Myopsitis gets turned around again.
We're up at the top of the stream there. There was Sharky, and instead we just had a Tri-Slosher trade. I think they found each other there. What if the 2 Tri-Sloshers kiss at the court area? Well, they both explode. But now, the team that is losing right now, Snowfall, they do get a splat on the splat.
Right now, though, Access Denied is under very heavy pressure.
I think the pressure is definitely getting to them, as they always have 1 behind them and like 2 in front. They're having a hard time.
Roomba's not having very good luck engaging Saucy Boy. Very nice.
Sees themselves staggering. Could this be Irid's moment to try to just seal the deal? One more power clip plus 1 is gonna do it. That is a KO. A great comeback there from Irid.
That was so good. That was great coordination. They got 2 down, and then after they went for the next 2 while the other 2 respawned.
Could be the end of this push.
Yeah, Myopsitis keeps the momentum going. They keep getting picks and surviving long enough. Dux is rolling in a circle. They're trying to get all the picks, and they get 2 picks with the Dynamo, and they take the tower into the goal.
They're could have ended it. Probably the lead. But Illuminati is not done. There's 2 down on the side of Rising Stars right now. They've got the Current Bomb Rush to at least support it a little bit, but where's this Carbon? There he is! Gets 1! Tries to go for this Rainmaker, is going to find it, and keep the Rainmaker in a precarious position. Kimmy is...
And they're following the pick, which they will. At this point, I would love to see like a last second backdoor, but there's a jump for Emptiness! And Emptiness manages to get the overtime basket to seal the deal! Oh my goodness!
What perfect timing by...
Hello everybody, welcome back to Low Ink January 2022, Day 2. We are live with winners round, this is round 3, right? I'm Kater, and I'm joined today by Devi.
Hey, we're back at it. This is our last match on the mic for us two, so we will definitely make a good one. You guys better have your hype in chat. We've got Inked versus Shiverme Feeders. I know earlier a certain someone here on mic with me thought I said feeders.
Yes, I did think. I thought you said Shiverme Feet, but I'm very glad that you didn't because I would be very concerned, to say the least, if that were actually the team name. So I'm glad it's not.
So just to avoid the whole other thing, I'll just say Shiverme for your sake, because it might sound like a mispronunciation. We don't want you cringing over there.
Yeah, well, we've got Inked versus Shiverme. Splat Zone's Muscle Forge gonna be our first match to start off here today. And well, I mean, Muscle Forge Zone's got a really big zone, actually, especially compared to some other maps.
The thing with this one is that the zone actually falls off on a down angle on the other sides. It's not too much off, but sometimes that little extra fall off there can make that tiny little difference. I've seen it happen before. So it's got a very kind of narrow middle, but big side, so it all depends on how the teams are going in here. If they're going to have, again, usually there's a ranged person on the snipe or watching bridge or anything, but it's still a very enclosed area, easy to take control of if you have lots of subs. So we'll see what these teams are going to bring out.
Ooh, yeah, we've got that try. I definitely see the reasoning behind that. Like you said, you got those slopes. We've also got the L3D here for that inkjet with that drop roller. We have another Flingza coming out. We're seeing a lot of Flingza today. We also have that 96 for armor. So pretty well-rounded comps here. Of course, we have a slosher, not slosher, but yes, we have a slosher, but I meant to say squeezer, and I accidentally said slosher here. We got that foil squeezer here as well, so we're gonna see some bubbles.
I like the pick of the 96 here too, because there's that extra range, the extra damage, and that fall off that can coordinate well with the Flingza, and then also knows are a burst bomb from the splash. But as it sits right now, it looks like Shiverme does have the overall control right now. Still counting down, but Inked looking to maybe find their way in here, as we see the 96 is just kind of chilling on the side now, opting to take the locker, but they are seen by missiles. So I imagine Shiverme is going to jump on this pretty quickly, but they do have a teammate to help them, Inkjet coming out. But remember, the 96 does end up going down, but with a pick in return from this Inkjet. Is the Inkjet going to survive?
I think the Inkjet did survive,
They did
yes.
survive. Okay, I lost track of them.
Still up and kicking. But we did see a 3 down there on the side of Shiverme. They're all back now, but of course that allowed Ink to take control of this zone. We've got missiles coming in as well as that armor, though, from Shiverme, and they're very quickly going to use that to take advantage and at least neutralize the zone. We got the bubbles here coming up from the squeezer as well. Gonna put down some very nice paint. Oh, get to pick too. That is a wipe indeed. Wipe on the side of Ink. Very, very nice usage of the bubbles from the squeezer. And so now that those numbers are... But you can see that try is chilling out right there. They're going to get chased out of their spot, but you can just see them squinting on... Just chilling out on the uninkable, waiting for somebody to come under that ledge. We've got members of Ink trying to come back into the zone. Getting that one pick there on the squeezer, so now they have the person advantage, but we have that armor as well. Double armor actually on the side of Shiverme that I didn't note earlier, but that's going to have a lot of armor. Thankfully, though, Ink is able to come back into that zone, able to take it back, despite one of their members, dying on the zone. We've got 1v1 situation right now, but that zone is going to stay in their control for now.
And we see the K-Shot here trying to see if they get something done, but they're caught in a 3v1. That was not a good place for the K-Shot to go in at that time. I'm not too sure what the plan is there, but they're coming in with the bubbles here, seeing if maybe they can cap with the bubbles, but they don't have the full-on follow-up, but they did neutralize and ended up capping the zone anyway. It did push the members of Inked away. Did manage to get a jump out, so in the end it still did succeed, even when a member was respawning. It looks like the Flingza went down there, and the 96 is just Inked here. We've seen them come in. They just haven't been able to hold control for very long at the moment now from Shiverme.
Yeah, relatively close score right now, but that's going to change because Shiverme has that zone and does not have any more penalty, especially with that 3 down the side of Ink, this 96, making the wise decision to jump back, regroup with their team with that armor, but that Flingza is already down, so that's going to make it so much more difficult to push back in. They have that armor, but they have so many things ahead of them. The squeezer pops those bubbles, and that is the game right there. That's the KO.
Mm-hmm. Just lots of solid control there by Shiverme, and Inked had their moments where they came in together, but there was a couple times where I definitely saw the Flingza go a little bit more aggro than they should have, or that it was just like a miscommunication. The teammates didn't follow up. It was one of two things, but Shiverme maintaining really nice control there, and there was usually someone by each time. There was a couple times where one went a little too far in. Of course, that was punished as well, but it was quickly the mistake was quickly made up for.
Yeah, good game overall. Very nice, good control from them, and now we'll be waiting on our counter pick for our next map. We're gonna see Ink's counter pick.
What could they counter pick with the comp that they had? We've seen, like I said, we've seen a lot of zones in tower. Oh, is that a clams pick I see?
Ooh, we got clams. Clams on the reef, actually. So this could get really interesting, especially with how big of a map the reef is.
Oh yeah. I'm sure Ink definitely has a plan there. They've got the weapons to take control of both sides, and come back in together. They have the comp to do this. It just we've seen also as well, like Shiverme is able to line up and adapt to where they're going. So I think what they're probably going to do is read up on the Flingza and then figure out kind of if the Slayer is going to be nearby or the other side. So we'll see how they decide to push in, but I can definitely see why this is the counter pick now.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. There's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of ways to go about pushing on this map. Many, many, many different things you can do here. So it'll be really interesting to see what goes on here, what happens.
Alright, and now we go into Clam Blitz on the reef. We see an orange zap making an appearance. More missiles. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, okay, we see the V-Slosher coming back out again, so double missiles for both sides.
Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of missiles here. There's a lot of tracking, a lot of ability to see where other people are as well. So missiles can be really, really useful. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of missiles in these previous sets, and like you said, you're not surprised at all to see that.
No. We have yet to see a game where people have not brought missiles, unless if I just missed it, because I'm pretty sure I've seen the missiles each time. But anyways, we see Shiverme getting the initial basket break. There was Bubbles just kind of chilling there in defense under the basket, which is really nice to see, but 2 members do go down. Kyle opting to just stay back and keep Ink up on their side, maybe throw a couple bombs here so that their presence is known, but they're not opting to go in or anything, which is really good. They're waiting for teammates to come back in, and we see Inked here taking really quick control because they have the weapons that can do that with the zap painting really well, and they have a lot of control. They do have missiles on them, so they are spotted. It looks like it's missiles both ways. No, just one.
Yeah, just one for now.
Yeah, just one.
For now, we've got a lot of clans on both sides actually, and we have those missiles. We have the Inkjet as well on the side of the Knot. 1 pick, 2 picks, 2 down on the side of Shiverme, and so it's very likely that Inked is going to take this as an opportunity. 3 down now. Ooh, with the clam carrier. One of the clams goes down, and we've got somebody guarding the other one as well. That's still loss of the lead though. The clan still getting guarded heavily, so that second one not gonna go quite in. That's 3 down there. That could have been a huge lead for them, but as it stands, they do get lead, just not by as much.
Yeah, the Slusher was just kind of able to be there. There were a couple members of Inked able to kind of turn around and look at that, but I guess they just didn't feel like tag teaming up on the Slosher, so they just did their own thing. Again, lead was still given to them, but the bubble push, another clam's looking to try to come, but they do splat the clam, and Ink is just defending from this clam, but the 1v1 was lost there, and that is 3 down on Inked.
Yeah, that is 3 down, and so many clans are going in right now, even so. I mean, we've got those missiles coming out as well, all the way down to 29 right now, and they are still going. Oh my goodness, 23 now, and that shot's down already. We've still got so many clams going in. No clams on them right now, 2 down as well, so it looks like the push will end here unless they can get some more in, but I don't think that's going to happen. Still, though, I mean, going down with a trade, which is still great for them, and now we stand 62-11. That is a really high bar to clear.
It is really big. The biggest thing is that this Slosher on the side of Shiverme is getting into some very good places, and I imagine, of course, places are being called out from missiles from the Zap and extra poke, but it looks like the Slosher is giving Ink a difficult time trying to get in, get out, basically everything. So they need to make sure that they have this Slosher spotted out, controlled, if they want to successfully get a push on and get a lockout of their own.
Yeah, definitely Adept on this Slosher is just really, really powerful right now. You can see only one with a double-digit KA right now, and already just the wall sharking all of the ledges that they can take advantage of right here is just so good on their side. We've got armor as well as an Inkjet, and that the missiles and the power clan all on the side of Inked right now, trying to make something happen, especially with that 3 down. Slosher's the only one up right now on the side of Shiverme. Looks like they're jumping back to go regroup with their teammates. Down to 34 right now, 8 clams on 1 member. It looks like that's the Nautilus. They're going to try and come in with that, trying to get more clams in. 22-19 right now. Oh, that's a wipe! Oh, so close yet so far.
Good.
3 more clams would have gotten them the lead there. So we've got a really close score right now, and only 36 seconds left to do something. They have that pity clam, so we are going to see an overtime unless that clam is picked up and breaks in the last 30 seconds. But look, I believe they're just going to have that there for the overtime guarantee. But Myron on this K shot with the power clam is so dangerous right now, because just throwing that in would end overtime if it were to happen.
basically on the other side, just getting ready to roll here, and they had 3 specials to 2, and it looks like missiles are coming out after. Bubbles are ready on the side of Shiverme, so we'll see how this goes. The Knot's in a pretty decent spot. Oh, but jumping back with the Inkjet puts them out. Oh, the Clam really close to going in. It's 2v2 right now. They're gonna get the Clam in, but they need the follow-up to try to get the lead. The one's right there. They dodge the bubbles. Are they gonna get these Clams in? No, they're gonna take the fight. Oh, wow. And then there's one close. They got a couple more in. Oh, there's the power Clam, but it's not even close. The jump in came in way too far down below.
Oh, that jump could have been great, but it just I think it was just a little misplaced.
The jump was in a very vulnerable position. It was a good effort, but the one that was getting jumped to was heavily contested, was not in an area for the Clam to get jumped in. But wow, yeah, that came down to being a lot closer than how it looked at the beginning. But of course, with Clamblitz, you can, on that map too, you can see anything come in from any angle. And one thing I wanted to note on Ink's second, I believe it was the second push. Yeah, on the second push, they didn't really have a secondary off angle that they were trying to keep basket open for. They went in, scored, and then 2 of them left for Clams. For me, I think it would have been optimal if one of them went for Clams and then another took kind of like an off angle on the side. I think that would have really helped them keep basket open for lead.
Yeah, sometimes it's just how many people do you need to leave to go for... Because you need to go get Clams, but you also need to have people keeping that basket, so that you can keep on contesting that basket. It's a really difficult balance to maintain sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely tougher to coordinate, but I mean, hey, they got it. They brought it down to 19. They did get that other thing. They almost got through their penalty towards the third there. They even got it, they were really close to breaking penalty, but just a little bit rushed at the end there with the overtime. Of course, that beep really does trigger nerves.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blaring siren. Of course, it's gonna make you nervous.
Oh yeah, of course. No, it's just kind of keeping your cool and making sure you can make the plays right. And but yeah, no, that jump in was unfortunate. Yeah, they tried to do that, but with it being shot out and definitely not in a safe place, it's just an extra man down. So you have no other extra Clams to throw in to potentially take the lead back. But enough with that game. We are back to Splat Zones on Piranha Pit.
Piranha Pit, yeah, we haven't seen this one yet.
We haven't seen Pit yet, nope.
Double zones, oh boy.
What else is new?
What else is new? It's one long line, it's double zones. Sometimes you see weapons.
The last game was the new thing, but now we're going back to the old thing. But yeah, Zones Piranha Pit. So I don't think we're gonna see too many changes. To be honest, we're gonna probably see a lot of conveyor belt control from a Flingza if that decides to come back. And yeah.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, you got the belts to control, but it's just a matter of maintaining control, maintaining a lockout, which can be a little bit difficult on this map. We've got a mini.
The Flingza's not here. All right, so that actually is a little bit of a surprise to me, but it's the mini instead. Mini with Junior, looks like Double Bomb Junior, and then the other side's got the Booyah, the bubbles, the armor, the missiles, just all of your standard stuff.
Oh yeah, everything. I love seeing Mini though, especially on this map.
Oh yeah.
It can have so much power, so much inking control, and all of those missiles unfortunately going to go down, especially with that, and as well as their L3 counterpart. So Shiverme is going to take the map here, take that back, and likely be able to hold on to this for a little bit longer, although their zap is down.
Their main painter's down, especially with the Junior being up on the other side, but doesn't look like it's in position at all. And right now it's kind of up alone and has to back up. It's being thrown left and right, just dodging all of these bombs and specials that are being thrown at it.
Oh yeah, it can get really difficult sometimes when you're the main target of everything. Inkjet here, not quite finding anything. Also gonna go down. That's unfortunate. Thought that was quite a nice launch spot too, but nothing can go unnoticed sometimes. This sponge here, used as a hiding spot, can be life-saving. Unfortunately, that little peak cost them their lives. Shiverme still in control of the zone right now. Mini here doing their best. They're almost out of missiles right now. So 2 specials online missiles as well as the armor. 2 specials on for both sides as well. Those bubbles from the squeeze are going to be really, really important in keeping that zone. But we've also got the suction bombs coming out too, which can really kill those bubbles. Don't bubble a bomb rush. That's not, your bubbles are going to die.
It can help stall though, if anything. It looks like missiles came out to maybe see what it can do, and it looks like one side is neutral. K-Shot looking painted up. Nothing's fully in control. It looks kind of like a neutral state right about now, but they do get a pick on the squeezer on the side there, and it looks like Shiverme's going to try to come in, but the Mini's there to stop and move forward. Mini getting another pick as well. Here it comes, the Mini just charging down the lane. Here it comes.
The Mini's having a pretty good time here, and actually their team is also very nicely in control right now. You can see them here just chilling out on the zone, very, very quickly charging up those missiles. Inkjet here coming out, looking for something again, not quite getting it, but still able to put a lot of pressure, especially where they were shooting at, and they are also able to escape. They're able to roll away from that landing. We got another bomb rush missiles coming out as well. Booyah bomb on the side of Shiverme trying to take back that zone, but not quite going to get it, so it looks like this is going to be loss of lead here as we go into the last 2 minutes, 15 seconds or so of this game. The Squeezers using their bubbles to try and approach here a little bit of area, as well as that first zone being taken, and so that control does flip back to Shiverme, but they need to control areas around this. They need to push forward, and that's exactly what they're doing.
They had a couple members of Inked locked where that clam goal area is, which is a good place to lock people. The good thing that Inked did there was that they jumped back instead of continuing to try to take a fight there, because just continuing to take a fight there is just keeping people out of play. So the fact that they jumped back early when it was just happening was great.
Oh yeah, definitely some great decisions coming out here, and still actually Ink still being in control, although Shiverme does still have the upper hand right here. Both zones are being heavily contested with a 3v3 situation on both sides, but with these missiles, I mean, really, neither team is keeping solid hand of control right now, because as soon as a cap happens, one of the zones gets neutralized, and that's what happens when you have a double zone map like this, where both zones are pretty easily accessible.
This game, there's still a minute left, but it's not over until that thing says game, because that's how close this is right now. I believe either team can take this. I believe Ink definitely has the power to take it and hold control. Shiverme also has the power to hold it until victory. And right now they do have the upper hand, and they are chasing this Mini down, and the Mini gets the one trying to pinch, but these teammates just going after, they stay alive a lot longer than I thought they would. But that's good movement there on the Mini, and just keeping people out of play there, because in return for this, with the Mini stalling out on the side, Inked is able to take control of these zones, and now they can try to take control and maybe keep Shiverme back here long enough for them to retake lead.
Yeah, definitely. All members are up on both sides. The Mini has their missiles, gonna fire those off as well, but the armor and the bubbles, well, the armor comes out, the bubbles are ready on the side of Shiver. We got 5 seconds left, and those bubbles are going to be really important in stopping this overtime push right here, because we need... Oh, bubbles, unfortunately. Oh, they're coming out, though. The Booyah as well. These zones, though, still under fire. That's 3 down on the side of Shiver, so even though this one zone is taken, it's going to get neutralized again, and those penalty points are almost gone.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they are hanging on.
This is tight.
They are painting the zone like their life depends on it. 2 seconds.
It's 3 down. They got
there
this.
We go.
They got that lead.
They got the lead. No 3-0 this time around. So there we go. Overtime push yet again. Clutch it up.
This is the 3rd overtime push I believe we have seen in our commentary this morning that leads with the team from behind coming back for the win.
You love to see it, though. It's just when you sometimes at adrenaline you can clutch things up, and it certainly worked for them.
You really can. I was almost a little concerned there because once Inked had that control after the mini stalled out, I noticed they backed up a bit instead of actually taking more control because the one furthest forward was the Inkjet, and I noticed the others were a little further back. So I was kind of worried if they were just letting Shiverme walk in for free. And it was getting to be really close there because the squeezer had they had the bubbles ready. We saw them come out with the bubbles in the booyah, but they managed to shut them down afterwards because the bubbles, they seemed just where they could get picked off. So it was there, and the booyah tried, but the members were there to pick off. So they still managed to succeed. I had that one moment of fear of that they were just a little too far back. But they still managed to hold it all out in the end. The mini, we just saw from their perspective, they just went in like, I'm going to get this pick, and they succeeded on getting the pick, and they held in the end just before lead was reclaimed. So that was just all in, going for it. We're not letting you take this. This is ours.
Yeah, this is ours energy, and it was theirs indeed. That is very much what happened there. So we're looking for our counter pick. We got it. We've got TC Sturgeon. So going back to tower control, going to Sturgeon. We haven't seen this one yet, but it's going to be, though this map has two checkpoints actually instead of your usual 3, but those checkpoints are a lot longer.
They're longer and they're in some pretty tight spaces, especially the second one. But if you have a lot of control, it can blow through like nothing.
Definitely can. Yeah, especially that first one. Generally, teams wait till they have a lot of control to push that first checkpoint, so that first checkpoint ends up falling relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm. Both of these comps have a lot of really good hold and pushing power. We saw how even it was the last game. Our team's gonna is there gonna be a change up for this one to see what happens? Because usually you see the long range positioning on snipe, but we haven't seen any of those true backline range weapons come out. It's just been all aggressive, and to me it's a little sad, but you know, it's what works for them, right? And the rollers got advantage here. Any weapon can work here. You just have to watch their fall off over those bridge ledges in what I call the suicide zones.
That is true. We've also got a sub on the side of Shiverme, so we might be seeing something a little bit new. We'll have to see. We got Grim Range.
Here we go.
Yeah, the Baja Blaster, as I've heard people call it. So we got a Baja Blaster out. We got the Double Bomb Junior. We still got that L3, but yeah, that blaster on tower control. We're going to see them. Hopefully, they're going to have a lot of power here with those burst bombs, those missiles. Still got the missiles going.
Oh no!
They're first to go down. That is unfortunate. Baja down, but we've got the missiles coming out too. Down on the side of that is Inked. But this try here. Oh my god, they are having fun.
Not able by the blaster. Yeah,
unfortunate. No. Yeah, that blaster punished them. Unfortunate. No fun zone. But this. Oh my goodness, this squeezer here out with the bubbles, out for blood. They got that insta pop, and that's 3 down now. So this tower, that first checkpoint, gonna fall very quickly.
Yeah, no, just Shiverme is just going all in because I think they realize that they have the shot power. They've got this pressure that they can do. Like they can catch the Grim out if they don't have paint. They can and then they can follow up with the other 2 that are nearby. So they're picking off the Grim first, which is really helping them in this aggressive scene. They've got the specials to do it. They are all the way up to 7. But it looks like Inked is finally having an answer to this as they're catching someone missiling in a tight spot, but this try is still in base here, but Funyo trying to get the last one, but Kyle's still here, stalling tower down here, and Shiverme just has not left what I thought was the answer, has not happened yet.
Oh,
but now there it is. There it is.
Direct from the Grim. Finally, we got that cleaned up. All the way to 6, though. 6 isn't the number that we saw in the previous set, that one big opener push. So maybe we'll see something like that happen again. But still, I can definitely see their reasoning for counterpicking this map. They are strong on this map.
Oh yeah, and they're very mobile. They're painting really well. They're just taking a lot of control together, and even when teammates are down, they're still holding in it with the solid 3 members and getting that 4th one able to jump back in, and it's just been working out really well for them. At least Funyo, they're getting the extra pick. Kyle here just kind of scouting, painting up, looking to see if they could see something underneath. Playing a little patient here, just waiting, but now 3 down on Inked again. Shiverme is just taking them down again and again and again.
Sees here chilling out in the underneath zone, jumps out as soon as they're discovered, almost dying there, especially with all that miss, but still manages to stay alive. That's 2 down now in Shiverme, so Inked's gonna take that tower, bring it forward, looking to take it all the way past that first checkpoint. Hopefully you can see already they're trying to take control of this pit area here, but the Grim, kind of from behind the try. Unfortunate. Now you can see him in mid, taking advantage of all these slopes, getting another pick as well, looking for a 3rd. Oh my goodness, what's happening? So many. That try just stopped everything with a little behind play.
Did
right
someone
there.
say try slasher?
No, we didn't, but this try sure hurt it.
See, I'm pretty sure that try was seen on the top with those missiles scouted out, so just not being fully aware of it and just taking that fight with the try on when they didn't have height advantage, that wasn't optimal.
Yeah, when you're fighting a try in an uphill battle, I just don't. Like, that's my first tip. But
yeah,
sometimes you just kind of have to. So, like, sometimes you think you can 2v1, 3v1 them, but they just pop off, and it does not work out, unfortunately.
The ones that can counter that are the ones with the range. And the one that probably could have the best would have been the Grim. But when that try has the uphill advantage, the range seems longer, of course, than it seems because of the downhill slope. And it's just, it just takes the win over the weapons that could have countered it, which were not there in that certain situation.
Yep. And well, that is going to be it, like you said, for us two as a pair. But that is definitely not it for Low Ink Day 2, because we've got so much more coming up for you guys. We're going to be passing off the mic to Popgun and Magic, who are an amazing duo, so please stick around for their commentary. They are knocking it out of the park every single time. Devi, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
The basic places. You got Twitter at Devi Doovie, or just here on Twitch at Devi_Doovie. You'll usually see me putting pom-poms in chat, usually everywhere I am. And I stream every so often with my own fancy Hydra gameplay and dodging all those missiles that people like to throw at me. So,
Yeah, well, target the backline. That's what people always say.
What about you, Kater?
You can find me on Twitter at Kater_, where I post art, do commissions, and talk about a lot of the other things I commentate. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming out to listen to us. Thank you, Debbie, for commentating with me. It was a pleasure. Stick around. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
blocking out this bridge, just trying to stall for time as we enter overtime. Booyah coming online for Snowfall. The ball now going to the ramp, looking for an opportunity. It's Freeze and Carr. They're not going to quite find it. They go down. The barrier is over though, and they get the ball.
Oh, that's it.
Point.
Wow. Wow, I didn't think they were going to pop it in time.
They are.
This is exactly what we want to see. What a push indeed we've got, though. We've got that double coming out, and now with that 3 down coming on to Lois, they put all of their energy into that, and now we're going to be seeing over... Oh! We are not going to be seeing overtime!
I was like...
Under fire, that's 3 down on the side of Shiver, so even though this one zone is taken, it's going to get neutralized again, and those penalty points are almost gone.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, they are hanging on.
This is tight!
They are painting the zone like their life depends on it. 2 seconds.
It's 3 down. They got this.
There we go.
They got that lead.
They might hold it out. We've got 17 seconds
left.
The Blue here on the bubbles, though. Oh, and
they
took
the lead.
They
took the lead. The bubbles there blocking the shots. That was a nice bubble there. You may start with
Very
the comeback.
Nice indeed. Yes, and with that, now our set is 1-1. Very nice. I mean, again, like you said, those bubbles just are really
great special push, utilizing all of their specials at the right time to get a good, strong push going. As that's going for all the way, trying to run this down. And again, the discipline from up the ante. Going to make it. No! They took the Rainmaker. They held it forward every single time they picked it up.
But this is just a tight corner right here. 2 going down. Oh, wow. Okay, missiles. Snuck again! Snuck again!
How'd you get back there? How'd you get back there with a triple? Oh, no! Snowfall's gonna get lit off of that. How? Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Inc. January 2022. I am Popgun, joined on the microphone by the Magic 8 Ball, and we got a doozy for you here in Winners Finals. We have not Shiverme Inklings, not literally feeding, but Shiverme Feeders taking on Access Denied, or I guess I should say no love for Access Denied. Magic, the thing about Access Denied is they've been in a gazillion alpha brackets before, right?
Right.
But they've always been gate kept by somebody. Wipeout Punks, iTap, or most recently Snowfall. They just 3-0'd Snowfall and sent them packing the losers bracket right before this set.
Access Denied wasn't even supposed to be here. It took 3 teams dropping out of Alpha Bracket for them to even get a chance at this run. And the hardest thing about 2-day tournaments is showing up not only the first day, but also the second day. So the fact that they understood that, like, oh, we actually have a chance to do something, let's not squander this for the 1000th time. And they have been crushing it today.
This is the best Access Denied has done so far. Now, also keep in mind, they've always done well up until the point to where they get on stream, where they usually stretch it out to a game 5 and then let it slip away. So this is the real test for Access Denied. Can they put the monster to bed this time around, or is Shiverme Feeders going to be the next team to pull off yet another upset? We're going to get going with this Winners Finals Best of 5 Game 1 Splat Zones Art Academy. We should see a charger of some sort coming out for Access Denied. There's the Fire Fin, and there is the Squeezer we just saw in the last game for Shiverme.
On paper, you think, like, okay, Tri-Slosher, Quad Shooter, Tri-Slosher and 3 shooters on the side of Shiverme Feeders. It should go in their favor, as we see the Tries standing off in mid, currently just swimming up the sides. The one on Access Denied goes down, it's going to be giving way, although there's a lot of paint on the ground. Special's finally coming out, and yeah, that's going to clean it up for Shiverme. They should run away with this, to be honest. They just have the faster comp.
Yeah, they're going to get the opening points, that's for sure. Look, just swarming. And look at them wisely backing off. Maybe that Tri-Slosher, I guess, went down or something, because they were up in the enemy plat right there, but instead they're going to give them control of their plat so they can build up some specials, give something for Access Denied to work with right here. And it's just going to be a special versus special matchup coming out here in the next few seconds or so.
Interesting to point out, Shiverme is running double armor, which I wasn't expecting, but it's really good against this charger, and it's definitely proving to do well right now as the second armor finally goes down for Shiverme, but not before they get a couple of decent picks and even take down that charger who's just been absolutely ineffective this game. 2 down, 3 on the side of Access Denied, and this is crazy gameplay.
Well, yeah, it's hard to be effective as a charger when there's a Tri-Slosher ledge camping you the entire time. Going down again. Game 1, Shiverme Feeders takes the wind out of the sails of Access Denied. Now, it's not time to hit the panic button just yet, but that... I think you kind of said it at the beginning. Oh, this comp is going to work a lot better for Shiverme than Access Denied. Yeah, once that Tri-Slosher got schmovin', there wasn't really anything else they could do about that. But counterpick tournament. This is not a preset map list. There's always an opportunity to turn it around. Access Denied probably needs to do something. They need to go somewhere else, clearly.
The interesting thing about counterpick in Splatoon is that, you know, usually you're thinking like, oh, okay, we just need to get to our good map modes, etc., etc. But when you're doing a counterpicks, you can only, if you don't win the first map, you only have 2 counterpicks that you're guaranteed are going to be your good map modes. And obviously with the counterpick rules and how you can't pick to the same mode twice, it doesn't exactly line up that way. Like, you're going to end up playing all of the modes usually. But it's one of those things where it's like mentally like, oh, I have to win on one of the enemy team's counterpicks at some point. Am I going to be able to do that? And it's definitely a mentality thing right there. Losing that first map is definitely going to give Access Denied just a little bit of a mental block.
Yeah, this isn't the melee rules that the Reddit tournament did. This is the this is the online rules that are a lot easier to pull off here. Yeah, losing game 1, obviously very difficult. Now, Rainmaker Manta Maria, this is what Access Denied wanted to pick last month. The problem is they went up against Lois which was just a dominant Rainmaker team, and it didn't work out. Against a team like Shiverme, maybe it'll give them a little bit more of an advantage, but I don't know. I feel like this might be their favorite mode to counterpick. It seems like, I mean, we've had them on stream every single month. We see what all they pick. Eventually, they like to go to tower control. I think at Anchovy at some point too, but yeah, I think they're treating this as we need to get a win right now. We don't want to go down 0-2, so let's burn our Rainmaker map and get it out of the way. But I mean, you're not going to see much difference in the comp change. You're still going to see the Charger. Just very, very classical comp that they're going to bust out here with the fires, the splatter scope and the Sploosh 7. So they learned a little bit something from that Lois set. I don't recall. No, I think Hayden has used the Sploosh 7 before with that hammer. Hero Slosher coming out from the side of Shiverme.
I love Hero Slasher. I think Hero Slasher is currently like one of the most underrated weapons in the format right now, but it's not in the right spot. It's not going to do a whole lot for you. Has to be able to take this on the cut. Going to get a couple down.
That's everybody's down.
Yeah, everybody is down on Access Denied. They went a little bit too hard. I thought that just the positioning from the rest of Shiverme was going to be a little dicey in that situation, but they recovered. They took it quickly, and now Adapt is going to be taking up this top left side. Not for long though.
Yeah, I don't know if Access Denied either tried to force something there or they saw a very small window and said, we're going to take every small window opportunity that we're going to get, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But now things kind of stalled out into mid. Everybody's back alive. We see some missiles getting online, hammer and armor able to be popped at the same time from Access Denied when they choose to do so from the defensive end. Nobody really they're just kind of huddling up in the street right here. They're waiting for Shiverme to make the first move. The hammer gets taken down, but enough time, the Stingray needs to get this splat, and they're not going to. That was the last player left alive. That is a wipe. Shiverme Inkling's going to go in. They're going to get a whole lot more than the lead right here. They might just get the KO. Players spawning back in, slicking around. They don't get the KO, but this push isn't over yet. 2 players going down. It should be it, but still, ouch. 5 remaining.
You can't just sit in the street when they have a Rainmaker that's going to be lobbing shots over bunk. That was just not a smart play from Access Denied when they had 2 specials out and that could have easily been used. That was just a very tight play calling, and I guess they wanted to wait for a couple more specials, but especially when the Rainmaker's there and it's running out of time, you need to start approaching.
Yeah, I mean, they waited for Shiverme to make the first move, and Shiverme said, okay, yeah. Here's our move, do something about it. But now look, they're grabbing it again. Look, they're good heads-up recognition right there by Shiverme, realizing, okay, everybody's behind us. Let's just take this Rainmaker and run. It's not going to cause... they're going to get any more points off of that, but they are going to stall, let the rest of their teammates come back in, build up some more specials. I like where Shug is over here on the left side, and looks like Shiverme is aware that the NZAP is over there. So good spacing right now from Access Denied, but they need to get a wipe right here, and it looks like they're not going to be able to do that with 2 players on their side going down. Quite the opposite. Make that the full wipe on them.
They finally got that armor-hammer combo off, but it still ended up not doing anything. Again, that hammer coming from the right side of the street, not able to put on a whole lot of pressure if people just stay up on the high ground. Sue trying to bomb out the Rainmaker here, but again, if you're on the side of Shiverme, you're going to be thinking, I need to burn time. They're going to just sit this in bunker probably for the longest time, and if they get an opening, they're going to take it, but if not, they're just going to be fine with just backing up here. They need to burn the clock.
Yeah, Access Denied needs to go and make the plays. Now, I think they recognize that they're trying things. The problem is, outside of like their Sploosh and maybe their K-Shot, they don't really have a lot they can move forward with. They have a more defensive comp, especially with how Rainmaker is played in today's current meta with the quad kind of shooter anchorless comp that we're going out here. So this Charger needs to start getting some picks. They need to be aggressive with the Stingray. They got the armor and the hammer. They've had that multiple times. Okay, they got all 4 specials. I don't know what they're waiting on here.
There comes the Stingray, and this is looking like it could be the play that they're looking for. Hayden trying to find a way into the bunker area. They are able to find one. They're able to find one that could be the opening they need as they get the space, and they're able to trap and adapt here in. the street, and it's looking like they're going to be able to run it forward. The missiles come out, but it's not going to do much. One might be sharking on this left side over here, but SB's going to dive for it anyways. Here comes the bombs, here comes the armor. It's looking like it could be a tight spot for Shiverme, and 2 go down. They can pop this. They've got the missiles, and there's 3 down on the side of Shiverme. They just need to pop the Rainmaker. Could be it for Access Denied. They need to just get past that bomb. They need to get past that little bit of ink.
They still got a long way to go, though. But can they slip around? They do! They get lead! 1 point remaining. Oh, the patience! I love it from Access Denied. They should go for the KO right here, honestly. Possibly. They tried it. Looks like they're not going to get it, but still keep the pressure up. So now, obviously, a huge momentum shift. The patience of Access Denied really paid off on that push there. But it's not over just yet. Shiverme can still 1 wipe away from getting this done.
And though they do have that defensive comp, like you said, they're better in tight corners. They're better when they have the distance with the charger. If Adapt gets up in this area, it's not going to be easy, especially when they're diving towards this charger right now with the missiles on top of them. The K-Shot ends up going down, but they're still at a good position here. Missiles finally come in as well as specials on the side of Access Denied. It's going to push the Rainmaker away, and Access Denied wins on their counter pick by the skin of their teeth.
That is a tournament-saving push right there. If Access Denied doesn't get lead right there, they lose this set, straight up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just too big of a mountain to come back from. So that play, just the patience. You know, when they got into the enemy pit, they were just trading, but they were in such like a man advantage at the beginning that every trade they still had 1 player alive over the Shiverme team. So just having that advantage. And again, you think, okay, you pick it up, your instincts is to just run in and try to make it work, but they realize they have to like touch the pedestal and like barely go up it, which is a lot when they're just constantly bombarding you with bombs from the spawn. So just that little bit of delay, waiting for the perfect opportunity to touch the pedestal and go up at just enough to get lead is keeping Access Denied in the set. Now, like you talked about, they have, if Access Denied wants to win this one, they're going to have to win on Shiverme's counter pick at some point, and that's easier said than done because Shiverme found out in game 1, oh, you guys really can't deal with this Tri-Slosher. Let's see if we can find a spot to kind of take advantage of that.
I'm expecting that, definitely. I am also expecting a map mode where Coruscant is going to be able to perform a lot better, because in that match, Coruscant only got 7 KA and didn't pop any bubbles. And that's a huge difference.
Right.
It's a lot different from what we saw in that first game where they were just tore people apart. So I'm expecting to see something that works well for Coruscant, works well for that Tri-Slosher. And although the V-Slosher did work out, I think the paint control and everything just wasn't exactly what they needed, and the counter pick is coming in as Mako Mart Clam Blitz, and that is exactly what you want to see for Shiverme, considering, again, the Squeezer and the Tri-Slosher.
Yep, I mean, if you can... Look, what I like about Mako Mart is that you can run any weapon there and be fine. Like there's not really a weapon that's truly garbage on that map, in my opinion. But when you're as good as pressuring an anchor player as Shiverme was in that first game, you're going to be thinking, yeah, let's go back to that slosher we were using, and let's pop some more bubbles than we were. Yeah, obviously 0 bubbles. They almost won without using any bubbles, but you would like to have some at some point, especially in a mode like Clam Blitz. So if they can get their special usage back online, Shiverme's probably going to have the advantage here. But again, it's all about momentum. Access Denied winning that last game in dramatic fashion. That can do a little bit for your mentality. That can do a lot for your VC, getting your players hyped up. But a very critical game 3 here. And yeah, if you're Access Denied, I mean, you have to do something to keep your chargers safe, because if not, you're not going to last very long in this one.
Yeah, 100%. And what you've mentioned before, how Access Denied is very momentum based, and they scrap a lot, and especially when they're on stream, you know, they kind of feel the pressure. And I think that getting that clutch win is just going to be able to send them into another level of playing. I'm expecting them to come out and show the dominance that they were showing before.
That is a V-Jet Okay, so that's going to be a little bit different. You know what?
Okay.
If there's constantly missiles being flung at the enemy team, that makes things a little bit easier. Also, Hayden on the Tri-Slosher. Hayden, very good Tri-Slosher player themselves. Getting the trade with the enemy Tri-Slosher. So you take care. That's a trade that's going to work out into Access Denied's favor, because that's going to allow just everybody else to push up right here. But yeah, the Squeezer, I think, is going to be the key for Shiverme. They can pop off some more bubbles, which they have some ready right now. They can really use those to their advantage, especially combined with the missiles.
SB accidentally traps one with the missiles on the side of Access Denied, and Murray able to come in and clean it up quickly. That's 3 down on the side of Access Denied as he's trying to jump out here, able to save the armor at least for a little bit. Oh, and Adapt is in the perfect spot, and this could be really, really bad if you're on the side of Access Denied, but it's an early push. They didn't have the clams, and Shiverme is going to have to back up.
It seems just like we're having 2 Tri-Sloshers meeting in mid and trying to just duke it out with each other. But yeah, Adapt understands their role right here. I just need to stay along these edges, Shark, and when somebody just comes across an edge, we're going to punish them for that. And that's going to give us map control that we can work with right here. 2 more players going down from Access Denied. A ton of clams on the side of Shiverme as well. This is going to be another opportunity to do a legit push this time around.
And one just dives in, able to trade with Force in there, but already the bubbles came out, and that's going to be 3 down. The Tri-Slosher Tri-Slosher is right here. I don't think Adapt knows where. It finally gets called out. Gonna try and duke it out. Hayden wins it! Barely! As Forster is able to come back up and trade it out. But that could have been such a good push if you're on the side of Shiverme. They had everything going for it. That's gonna hurt a little bit, and Access Denied is just hanging on every single time. And even though they're trying to get pushed down by their hands, trying to get clawed off of the ledge, they keep hanging on, and now they're able to crawl back up.
3 more players going down, and now Access Denied getting their first opportunity to put some points on the board. Neither team's really done a legit push up to this point, but there you go, 40 points on that one push. Make it 60! No, they missed! They missed. Looked like they were in a spot to where they could have made that one connect. They get lead, but you never want to leave points on the board like that, especially on a map like this. You get wiped here, you just can instantly flip the script. Look how quickly this map is turning pink.
I think that Shiverme did a great thing by painting the feet of the jump, and so they weren't able to jump up and get the clam in. But Adapt is going to make sure that this push is going to be even better than the last. All the way into the enemy base already. Kyle ends up going down, and Mario is able to pick up this clam, going to throw it in, get the lead. But are they going to be able to continue it? It's only Adapt left up alive as Hayden's trying to seek them out again. And at the beginning of this game, I was trying to figure out, okay, if everyone has specials, who has the better all-in comp? And I honestly think that Shiverme might not have the edge here. Even though they have the double armor, even though they have the missiles, the rain and the bomb rush are going to combo so well on the side of Access Denied, and if they can get into a better position, I think that they have the better comp for the all-in. Here comes Hayden with the clam. They're going to be sending it in. Here comes the rain. They're going to get shoved away from the basket. SB able to take down one because they're not playing Charger this time, and that's going to be the lead for Access Denied as SB gets 2. Not able to find any more, and the splash is coming up. This map is turning pink once again, and it's just a slaughter fest.
Both teams are selling their souls on all of these pushes, and it's just allowing the other team to get another counter push in. It looks like it's fun back and forth, but like these teams are going all out just to get a few clams in there. It's just a 1-point lead right now, and now Shiverme dancing right back into the enemy base. They reclaim the lead, and there goes some bubbles pushed out right now. If they either need to get the KO right here, which they should. There's the jump up top there.
As soon as Forrison got up into that top left area with those bubbles, it was over. That was everything that they needed, because that was exactly where Access Denied was coming in from, and that's a good adjustment that they needed to make, was that they can't let that Tri-Slosher come up from that edge. They can't let that Jet Squelcher get into a safe position. A good adaptation.
You know, that the jump in that Access Denied didn't land, where they got lead and it looked like they were going to get the 40 remaining. If they had gotten those extra points, that would have been nice. The problem is, the jump in alone caused the wipe to happen, which caused the map to go completely back into the favor of Shiverme. And we saw that interaction like 3 or 4 straight times between both teams. You can't get wiped on a map like this. And we just saw both teams just going all out. It's like they're trying too hard to win. and eventually a team was able to make a push with just too many clams and too many specials built up from an uncontested map. When Shiverme popped the basket, they already had the bubbles in place. They already had the armor ready to go. Not much access now I could do there. I like the adjustment they made. It's just, I think they misplayed that map particularly.
Both teams were misplaying. I think that both teams were just antsy and wanting to get that clean wipe that we saw at the last point. They wanted to get that all in push at one point, and it was almost basically a coin flip. Right, it was a coin flip of who is going to land that good push, and that's not the way you need to be playing. But these teams are not perfect. These teams do not claim to be perfect. These are low-ink teams, and they're going to get some exciting gameplay, and they're going to duke it out. And I think that these teams both have a similar play style, unless you know something I don't.
Well, I mean, they're also playing on winter finals which I don't think any of the players here have been on this stage before. So yeah, this is a different kind of heartbeat that's going through their kind of chest right now that they're not used to playing. You can't scrim this, you can't simulate this. So fun to watch, maybe not so much to play in. Tower control shipyard, yeah, this makes sense. I mean, you can go back to Charger here. You can set the Charger up on the grate so you can kind of defend yourselves a little bit better. This makes a lot of sense, I think, for access denied. Yeah, they're going to have to win on the enemy team's counterpick if they want to win this set. That doesn't matter right now. You have to win this one. I feel like this is a smart pick. And the slower mode will probably fade a little bit more into their slower comp as well. But for Shiverme, they literally just won on this map.
Yeah, I was about to say, this was their counter pick versus
this
Ink
was
D,
their
right?
counter pick, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know about Access Denied. I don't know if they were watching the stream. And
They must have.
But do they really want to play into this hand? Do they really want to play into this Tri-Slosher? I don't know about this one.
Well, something's got to give right here. I mean, we're going to find out why Access Denied likes this. Again, I think on paper this works out well for Access Denied. Just because Shiverme beat another team here doesn't mean they can just automatically beat anybody here. This is exactly where you're going to see Saucy Boy kind of coming up there. One player in Fight Club, able to kind of help out with that Tri-Slosher. Two players immediately going down. Those missiles aren't really going to do anything because nobody's around to combine with it. Now the Inzap, Kyle, last player left alive. You see them just backing on up. I don't want anything to do with this. You can have check 1-1.
And Hayden getting right up into this key position. One on the window. Kyle ends up going down. I think got sniped or something.
Yep.
And this is going to be everything. Here comes everything from Access Denied as they try and burn through this tower line. All the way down to 30 already. This last checkpoint is so key. And it seems like Shiverme's not even able to step up a little bit. Access Denied and able to find Corson.
Game 5. Game 5. Little bit of pop-off. I like it. You know what? Let a little motion come out. It's fine. You're on stream. This is low ink. Let it out. Go to game 5. Make a little bit of a statement right there.
Wow. That is one statement if I ever did see one. Only one pick, Corson, right at the end, able to find it. Even with the armor, they just got burned. It looked like they were playing with fire. That was insanity from Access Denied. That was just so clean.
Well, they just knew how to play that map. I mean, as soon as they got 2 picks, you saw them immediately go. They're like, we're being missiled. We don't care. You don't have players alive to take advantage of those missiles. You're just wasting them. We're going to go. We're going to get up. You saw the Tri-Slosher get into the enemy snipe, overwatching everything with their arcing weapon. You saw the Charger riding tower. You saw everybody else getting into the right position they needed to be. That was calculated by Access Denied. That's why they picked that map, and that's why I don't think they really cared what Shiverme did in the last one. Now, good, you're supposed to win that one, and winning it in the fashion that they did is great. The problem is, and why Shiverme probably does, well, they shouldn't care too much about losing that. They get to decide this final one. They can't go to Clan Blitz. They can't go to Splat Zones. They can't go Mako. They can't go Art Academy. So they can only do Rainmaker, or if they want to dance on Tower Control again, they probably don't want to do that. Keep this in mind. They have to pick a mode that Access Denied is 1-1 on this set.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and now especially because like their prime counterpick tower control didn't end up going in their favor. What are they gonna do? That's fascinating.
You can do tower again.
TC Reef?
I was about to say you can do tower again, just probably not a map like this. Okay, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
This has been notoriously a bad anchor map in general. That doesn't mean you can't anchor here. It's just not as good as something like, say, Shipyard. So this makes sense to me.
The key thing I think that caused Shiverme to lose that last game was the fact that Coruscant ends up going for the Charger super early on. They're like, okay, we need to get rid of that thing. For whatever reason, even though that they were doing well at negating the presence of the Charger earlier, Coruscant ends up diving off of mid, trying to go for it, and even though they were already fighting in Fight Club, even though they were at a really disadvantaged state and not watching that top area, Coruscant doesn't find the pick and then gets traded out anyways, and at that point they're 2 down, and at that point that spiral is not stopping because Access Denied is playing with the momentum of the winds of northeastern Pennsylvania. Like, they were not going to be stopped once they gave up that first pick. And if they do the same thing here, it's not going to go well. They need to be careful during this opening.
I'm assuming that's some lake effect that you're kind of referencing.
A little bit.
You know, that's a very good point because I didn't recognize that, but you're right. That opening from Shiverme was, let's kill the Charger first. That's kind of, I mean, it can work if you pull it off, but that's not really what you do. You take out everybody else first. And then, like...
I think that they were trying to rely on the missiles there, but then the missiles came out too late.
Way too late.
Yeah. A little bit of miscoordination, a little bit of a misstep, and it caused a really, really quick Game 4. Let's see if they can bring it back in Game 5, Popgun.
Game 5, baby! Winner goes on to Grand Finals. Loser will have a date with Snowfall or Lois, I'm assuming. Is that that is a V-Jet coming out from the side. So we're going to have a little bit of semi-anchor versus anchor here. Firefin from Saucy Boy, no Stingray. But yeah, they're not going to have an issue having holding on to those missiles too long this time around. That V-Jet's going to crank them out like nothing else.
Nope, and here they come, and they get cranked up from the other side as well. 2 missiles just going back and forth, kind of just throwing some mist, throwing some everything, just not doing too much, and all of a sudden off screen we see 2, 3 go down to the side of Shiverme again! We saw this last time! Now they're chasing the backline all the way into car. Luckily the Reef is a mode where they can at least have some room to step back in, and that's what they're going to do. Access Denied is pushed up but not pushed up too far, so that they're going to be able to stop this, but are they going to be able to get to the second checkpoint even? Possibly.
If they clear this second checkpoint somehow, and they've traded the Tri-Sloshers, and honestly, how did you see that? How did you able to see that? The Squeezer's not going to do anything. They're just going to give up that second checkpoint. That is critical because that checkpoint is everything on this map. And now they're approaching this third one. They do have bubbles on blind, but that third checkpoint falls as well. Is this one going to be over before it even gets started? It looks like possibly the man advantage still inside of Access 9. Now we're seeing some more trades. The tower slowly working its way back. And now, finally, Shiverme back in control, or at least for a little bit. But man, 3 checkpoints instantly gone.
I wish I had seen what happened during that opening because it looked like they were fighting on bridge and then something didn't go their way or maybe a bomb picked them off. And I think that's what happened is that when the Tri-Slosher fell off from mid, they dropped into a bomb as well. So it seems like the lethal bomb composition from Access Denied is really what's doing them in. And it seems like they're just getting so many stray picks, so many picks early on that just shouldn't be happening. But if you get the bubbles out, finally Coruscant able to do some damage, able to block that Charger shot as well, and they're going to be able to take up this right side and even pressure the Charger a little bit. The Saucy Boy going to be able to jump out, yes, and ends up taking down Kyle as well on the end zap. But here comes the push from Shiverme. Let's see if they can maintain it.
That's going to be hard to do with Hayden up top there. Adapt recognizing that, able to take out Hayden and 2 players down for Access Denied. 1 checkpoint at a time for Shiverme here. You don't have to hit a home run. You just got to hit a couple of singles and then you can get the lead right back. First checkpoint falls. Who cares? It's all about this second one. Saucy Boy using the bomb rush right here, trying to just clear out the alley on the right side. 2v2 situation right now. 2v1. So somebody was able to win a fight without getting the trade. It probably was Hayden right there. So they hang on to that second checkpoint.
Access Denied doing the right thing. If they can't get the specials ready in time and they have the positioning, they can get a couple of good trades and shut down the firepower from the push. And that's exactly what they needed to do. That's exactly what they did. Now SB's over on this bridge, able to find one. And if SB is able to get just set up here on this bridge, there's nothing that they can do. Look at this positioning.
Yeah, and I get the missiles that you're going to come out here with the V-Jet, but they're not doing. You can't just fire missiles and then automatically works. You got to combine it with other things, with another special or somebody being aggressive. Here comes even more missiles, but everybody, it looks like everyone from Shiverme is just staying back. I don't know what they expect these missiles to do just by firing them by themselves. Saucy Boy literally not moving at all because of those missiles. They couldn't care less.
Now they finally use the armor to pair up with the bubbles, but the great play, I believe that was from Megamai, able to come up from that block and just shut everything down. SB ends up going down here. Hayden trying to follow up on it, not able to find anything. The armor is able to get popped, but that's huge. That could have been so big for Shiverme, and now there's only a minute left on this clock and not a lot going in their favor. Look at how much orange they have to get through, and look at where Hayden is. Able to shark out Coruscant. Pop gun, I don't think this is going to go in Shiverme's favor.
Hayden's just having a little bit of too much fun right now. I mean, just going wherever they want to, and honestly recognizing the key areas they need to be in to constantly shut down these pushes, and they just don't really have an answer for that. And now you only got 30 seconds left. You got 2 checkpoints you got to cross. And yeah, every time you get a splat, like they took care of Sug on the backside, but it's just this one player who's shutting down everybody, is not losing these 1v1s over and over again. Kyle forced to back up. Access Denied looking like they're going to punch their tickets to Grand Finals.
It looks like they are, as Hayden's able to call out Coruscant's just clearly defined movement every single time. They have the bombs on tower. They're going to knock them off because of the armor. That's going to do it. Access Denied. You are in Grand Finals of Low Ink. For how long you have been battling. Here you go.
And Access Denied has won a game on stream. So many good things going into their favor right now. Shiverme put up a good fight. If they get a rematch, I think they should avoid tower control at all costs against Access Denied. That is clearly the mode they feel the most comfortable on. But regardless, Access Denied, new territory for them. They get to wait. Yeah. That's going to be interesting for them. They've somehow avoided losers bracket the entire time, and we're going to see them in a little bit later. For now, we're going to dip into losers bracket, which I believe they've been waiting for us as well. Who's it going to be? Let me refresh the page. I see our old pal Gigas in there. And okay, Lois upended Snowfall 2-0. So wow. Lois versus Inkling. That's what we're going to be watching here.
I am super excited for this because Lois is a team that has been doing incredibly well. I mean, even at SAC, they were able to do pretty decently. I ended up playing against them during my run. They're a strong team. They definitely know what they're doing. And Inkling, obviously, long-time team. Very, very fun team to watch.
Very long-time team.
Jimmy, Gigas, not several other pronunciations. K on the Dapples, Trell, just a lot of well-known players, especially in this community.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, players you and me have met IRL. They're a good chunk of these ink sinkers were at Riptide. I met them at Genesis before, but they got a. I will consider them the underdogs to Lois here. So here's the story about Lois. Second place team from last month, obviously. Very strong team in their own right. The problem here is, though, second place teams from the month prior never win low ink the next month unless they do it, make grand finals 3 months in a row. Also, no team has won low ink after losing in round 1. Lois had the unfortunate luck of having to play Access Denied in round 1 as the number 1 seed. So that's how they ended up in losers bracket. But there's a lot of bad juju going against Lois right now. And also keep in mind, it's Monday morning where they are playing right now because this is an Australian team. So
really? Okay.
Yeah. So if they're gonna win this low ink, they're gonna have to do it before lunchtime where they're at.
And they're going to need to at least crank out a couple of a couple of coffees, pop it in the Keurig, get something going. I had no idea. Okay. That changes a lot then. That's going to change exactly how this match is going to turn out, especially for someone like Jimmy who's going to be relying on getting those snipes. It's going to be hard. There's an ocean to cross.
And already I'm getting DM'd pictures of Lois from Family Guy, just like last month. It's all hey, it's good to see. Now, Lois is well known for how they play Rainmaker. I don't know if you saw that last month Magic, but if they lose here, you'll see it pretty quickly. But Splat Zone's Anchovy, Jimmy has just completely abandoned. It seemed like the Charger has been going a lot more with like Bamboo and I think Squiffer at some points. Jimmy, a really strong Charger player. One of the few that didn't die off in the current meta. Maybe that's why they're using Bamboo. I don't know.
Right.
Lois going to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit closer to the meta than I guess some other teams here. But yeah, we're probably going to see we're going to see a slosher from Umi and Dapples. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of unconventional stuff coming out from InkSync, but I promise you they don't care.
No, they really don't. They're all strong players in their own right. They all have been playing together, so they're going to have that coordination. They're going to know how to play around these weird weapons. So I'm excited to see this. It's going to be interesting to see because these are the two teams that could really make a couple more upsets happen. So it's going to be interesting to see which of them comes out on top.
Hotree not using the Nautilus, instead going to go with the ballpoint with Beacons in Rain. A lot of stealth jump as well. Nether coming with the H3D. Gigas not going with another aggressive weapon. Decide, hey, wait, somebody's got to paint here. Might as well be me. I'll crank out some armors as well.
Here comes the armor, and that's one going down on the side of Lois early on. Umi trying to find this ballpoint here, trying to get something going, started on this right fan, able to at least take the space, not let anybody come this way. Gonna go back, maybe something got called out over there, maybe saw a little bit of paint, but here in the specials for Lois, and that's going to at least flip the zone. This zone is so easy to flip, and especially when you've got somebody on the left side there, the slosher coming up, able to put on a lot of pressure, even on Gigas here. Not gonna find anything else as Jimmy is able to get shut down by that ballpoint.
Yeah, Lois is on paper, the stronger team, but I promise you they've not faced the comp like InkSync before, and that can cause a little bit of issues. With InkSync, it all starts and ends with K. As that Dapple goes, the rest of InkSync will respond with them. But you see them kind of bottled up in their own position right here. Link doing a good job kind of guarding the enemy fan. K's trying to make something happen, dropping around that right side, but 3 players instantly kind of falling in. Now that's key here. And somehow K stays alive and takes care of 1, maybe 2 players. How? That was a 3v1. The whole point of that was to distract so InkSync could get the zone, but players, somehow they ended up with the player advantage out of all that. Okay.
There are some players who are simply playmakers, and K is definitely one of them. If they can get into a position where they can dance around, ease up pressure for the enemy team, and then maybe even get something out of it, they're doing their job exactly what they need to do. Unfortunately, not able to find anything there. InkSync, not the best at dealing with super aggressive teams, at least from what I've seen in the past, and I think that's what they're gonna have to just run up against this wall right here. Poetry's sitting way back as 3 are on this right side here, trying to snuff out InkSync from getting towards the zone. K's going to be able to throw a little bit of mist, going to be able to throw a little bit of something, use this armor to get to the zone. And 2 down on the side of Lois, going to get the zone for InkSync.
Yeah, it was hard to tell, but I think Lois was kind of expecting K to come back on that right side. I think they realized, let's get rid of the Dapples, and they don't really have a plan B after that. But K opted to go with the street while everybody was on that left, and just the rest of Inksync was able to respond to the positioning right there. Penalty points gone, but man advantage completely in the side of Lois, who should have kept his own back into their favor. They're not chewing all the way through their penalty points, but they're bleeding a lot of time off this clock here.
That's exactly the point. You know, if these aggressive teams, they can just make you play super, super patient, and if you don't have the advantage, they're just going to snuff you out. And that's exactly what they're doing here. They've got the rain at the ready. They're going to be able to pop it here. The Ink Armor and the Burst Bomb Launcher come out, especially Umi trying to get this zone popped at least a little bit. Going to fight one on the right side, able to take down Nether on this H3. Not going to have any more armor and not a lot of paint on the side of Lois. And that's going to be Link going down as well. This could be the tide turning that they need. Jimmy pushing forward here, trying to find one, able to find two. Jimmy doing what he does best, able to find a good position and a good play, shutting down these beacons. That's exactly the positioning and the turnaround that Inkling needed. Here comes the penalty points down.
You know, Jimmy hasn't really been doing a whole lot as far as the scoreboard is concerned until that little push right there. That can help a lot of Inksync if they can get Jimmy going. 5KA, 3 of them that little time right there. All the penalty points gone. The Slosher player for Lois is down. This is a lead potential going into the favor of Inksync. Specials are online for Lois, but it's going to come out a little too late. There goes the lead, but can they hold on to get the KO? K goes down, as well as the missiles. They hold on for a little bit longer, but eventually 2 more players go down for Inksync, and Lois in complete control, but they got a lot of penalty points to chew through. Actually, it's not crazy much, because once the penalty points are gone, they basically are going to get lead right back. Time is ticking away now for Inksync.
They do have the specials at the ready, though. They were able to turn around. A lot of them jumped out, so they were able to save the special points. Here was a bomb launcher from Link. Unfortunately, Poetry goes down. I think that's to a missile. And another missile kill ends up going down. Nether's not going to be able to fend off everyone. Has to back up a little bit, and is going to leave another Lois player to die. That's 30 seconds left on the clock, and not a lot of special points, nor a lot of man advantage on the side of Lois. But Link used some great plays. Ends up going down to the propeller ink. It's only Gigas. 20 seconds left, and Lois has at least one more shot because of a huge double on the side of Link.
That was a greedy play by Inksync right there. They were trying to win the whole game right now, and that might come back to haunt them here. Look, only about 5 penalty points remaining, and there comes K around the right side. Are they going to be able to get the zone right back? It stalls. Nobody has been splatted just yet. It's a back and forth for the entire game. 2 players going down from Lois, 2 going down for Inksync now, and somehow, what a finish! Inksync wins game 1. Wow. Welcome to Lois.
That was immaculate. Nobody was expecting K and then Umi with the bomb launcher. I thought the bomb launcher was going to be coming from Plat, and I think that Lois did as well, and so they were aiming that way. And all of a sudden, I see the burst bombs coming from the left side, and they can't approach because of the mist put down from K, and that was massive. The mist also was the adaptation that they needed while they were holding to prevent Link from coming out on that right side from Office and tearing them apart like they did the last 2 times. And it's these little adjustments that they made that were massive, and Inksync ends up adapting and taking the game. Fantastic.
That was fun. That was a fun match to watch. That it just turned into 5 minutes, just turned into a 10-second bar fight for the whole kit and caboodle. And now we talked about this. If you didn't watch this stream last month,
I did not.
You're in for a treat right now. We saw this a couple of years ago when Splatter Swim busted out the Trident, the Australian special. We haven't really seen it since then, but it only makes sense that the Australian special is showing back up now that Lois. Get ready to see double, maybe triple sploosh and a tri-slosher at some point.
No!
Yep. Now, why is it called the Australian special? This has been explained to me. I believe it's because FLC is the one who invented this.
Well, yeah. Yes. Okay. This is coming back to me a little bit. Okay.
And
they just feed, right? It's a whole lot of cheese.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, honestly, let's be real. Yes, it is. And if you don't expect it, if you don't know it's coming, it's gonna catch you off guard. But if Inksync paid any attention last month, or if they played these guys earlier or something, then they're gonna know what's gonna be getting thrown their way here. It was hilarious every time last month Lois did Rainmaker, the games were done in like 30 seconds. Like nobody could touch it. I think Access Denied like lasted the whole 5 minutes, but like they were just unbeatable at Rainmaker. And they have to be, because they have to win this set right here. They want to keep it going. But yeah, don't be surprised. I literally choked when I saw their comp last month, and I know it's coming.
I'm so excited.
Yep, there it is.
That's crazy.
Last ditch effort, all object shredder, just going in. We're just gonna throw punches for 5 minutes.
That's hilarious. They get the pop. They're already going for cut. There's nobody there. They're already going for it. They're getting the specials. This is Rat Central. Here comes Link. What the world? What's Inkling gonna do about it? Is the real question. The missiles come out. Gonna push them away. Giga's gonna be on this Nautilus here. Is a really good pick actually into this because of the range, because of the quick fire rate. K though is going to return the rat with some ratting themselves, and now suddenly, the Australian special's on the back line. Link able to pop hammer and gets one in the street. Gonna shark it out for at least a little bit longer. Gonna avoid that splashdown. Able to take down the Rainmaker, but not after they get it off of the ledge. That's hilarious. But if any team is going to be able to push like that, it's going to be this Trident.
You know, the key here is Gigas, honestly. Because I know for a fact Gigas pays attention to other teams and knows this was coming. If you keep that Nautilus, you got to keep your distance there with that Nautilus and stay back. Then you can kind of mow down these weapons because they have no range at all. I mean, what's the longest range? The end zap? So if you just keep your Nautilus player in a safe spot and keep some distance, you're gonna be fine. But you gotta have a rev constantly ready to go because they're gonna be moving so fast. 3 players moving down. This could be lead. Oh, they didn't even touch Rainmaker. Is it gonna reset before they get to it?
No, they're getting to it.
Oh, no way! That would have been a potential KO right there.
And Nether is obviously from the FLC school of pushing the Rainmaker because here they go. They're able to get the lead. They're going to shove it forward at least. And that's going to be 2 down.
This is not fair. Okay, they know where Link is. Man, the Rainmaker reset and we're like, who cares? Oh, they're still going for it? Bruh.
This is the FLC school of pushing the Rainmaker. You've seen Tina do this, right? Like you've seen Tina from Red Sun do this. This is the FLC school of pushing the Rainmaker. You just go for it. You keep pushing it. Because if you keep pushing it, they have to keep popping it. They have to keep watching it. It's the craziest. It's the most uninteresting playstyle that you could ever imagine. But it's so unnecessarily effective, especially at this level. Oh,
interesting. I'm enjoying every second of it. I mean, I'm not playing, so that's probably what's causing me to enjoy it here. 2 players going down on the side of Lois as Inkling ready for the counter push. You know, K's kind of this is kind of an awkward fight for them as well, going up against all these weapons that are closer to the Dapple's range. But obviously not a lot of paint for them to work with. Umi just trying to stay alive up here, trying to pop this Rainmaker. They got a long way to go. And this is where, you know, offense is going to be your best defense here if you're Lois. They're just going to keep the aggression up.
He just ends up shutting down that hammer, but ends up getting taken down by Nether on the other hammer. That's going to be 2 down. Umi able to get the splashdown and drop in. The Rainmaker is going to get picked up by Jimmy, but has to fight his ass. Able to take it down. Here comes Link on the other side of the wall. Umi has to try and find it. They're not going to be able to realize. The bomb plays super well, though, and they're going to try and drop this down. 2 go down inside of Inkling. They're going to go for it. Not enough, though. Not enough.
Yeah, I mean, there was just not really much they could do right there. And the rest of the players from Inkling were just going to just take too long to get back in. I don't think you could stall it out. But instead, they got control of mid. They got 1:30 to work with. And you know, they don't really have to go anywhere. Lois is going to come to them. It's just can they respond to it? 2 players down. They do got the Rainmakers.
They do have a good response so far as Giga's able to push up and prevent them from at least taking up the space and street to get into good sharking positions. Jimmy's gonna have to drop because of the missiles. Trying to find one with the Rainmaker shot, not gonna find anything. Umi was so close to that splashdown. Not gonna be able to use it though. And K, so the interesting thing is that Sploosh actually beats Dapples like a good portion of the time because the bullet spread is like so wide that it covers where the Dapple's rolling. You know what I mean?
But they don't know where K is. Okay, they finally took care of K. I thought they completely lost track of that now. But yeah, I mean, that's what I was kind of saying. I don't think this is a matchup K is crazy thrilled about. But I mean, I don't know. It just matches the speed that they're kind of going with right there. But still, 30 seconds left to go. The team that is currently winning and has basically the entire map in their color is the one with the Rainmaker. Now they're not being aggressive with it. They're just trying to stall it out on this right side and just daring them to come out. But they got a whole lot of people building up some specials. Ink Armor just getting popped right here. A couple of hammers trying to get online. More players, trades going into the favor. I don't see a path to victory here for Inksync. They do stop the Rainmaker, though, so they'll get one more chance to make something happen. 3 players down.
It's, you know what, it's not over till it's over. I'll give them that. Jimmy gonna pick up this Rainmaker and gonna try and find something, but they have to clear out so many corners, so many angles, and especially with Link diving towards this Rainmaker right here, going up on this bunk, that's not gonna do it for him. Jimmy able to dodge at least for a little bit, and that's gonna be get away from Link. They do still have 40 seconds to make this move. Hammer gets popped, but not gonna find anything, because here comes Kazaz dropping on the Rainmaker. Ooh, not gonna be able to find the pick. Now there's Jimmy. That's gonna do it. Okay. That's game.
And that's a good effort. That's good effort right there. I just don't think we're going to see Lois lose. Until I see Lois lose on a Rainmaker, I'm not going to be convinced that it's going to happen in low ink. I mean, it's just it's just too difficult. Now, Gigas 13KA leading the pack. That doesn't surprise me, but I mean, I don't think Lois really cares about how many times they get splatted. It's just, okay, well, let me just spawn back in and I'll be right back in your face again. We'll try it. But now, that's out of the way. That's the game you are supposed to win with Lois. Now, I assume Inksync is not going to go back to Rainmaker. That's just the wild guess I got right there. They can't go zones. So they got tower control and clam blitz to work with. I don't want to mess around with Lois on clam blitz. They're not going to use that same kind of that speed that they got. I think you kind of just go back to tower control and take your chances there on your best map of whatever tower control is.
Yeah, especially Jimmy's going to be a lot more comfortable, especially running the tower. Or I'm just completely wrong.
What do I know?
We're just completely wrong. Mako! Hello? I mean, I guess they want Umi on this Tri-Slosher, and maybe Jimmy likes bamboo there? Maybe? I don't know. I don't agree with this.
We'll see. I mean, it's... You know, honestly, if I recall, there was some team last month that just would not pick Clam Blitz at all. Like, it was a situation where they had to go Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, and they were like, well, let's just die on Rainmaker. I can't remember if it's Lois or not off the top of my head. So this might be a bad mode for Lois. Maybe that's what Inksync is kind of thinking right here. But I mean, this map, doesn't it, like, I know I just said you can use any weapon right here, but doesn't this kind of take away the advantages you had over Lois?
I would think so, right? I mean, Nautilus is pretty decent here, but there's still a lot of...
And bamboo.
Close corners. I don't know. I mean, no, they're doing it for the Dapples. That's what they're doing it for. They're doing it to play around K and Umi. I think that they're trying to get comfort for their frontliners, and Gigas and Jimmy are just going to be like, okay, well, we're going to be able to fend off people like we did in the last couple of games. That's my thinking, and maybe they're also thinking like, yeah, it's Clam, so they're not going to be able to play the objective well, but the objective plays itself on Mako clams. Like, the clams spawn everywhere. It's gonna be tight. This is game 3.
This should be an exciting set. Kind of, you know, we just saw this one on stream in the last set. It came down to teams feeding too much to get points on pushes. Nobody really staying alive to defend and slow down the counter push. So we're going to see another exciting conclusion to this set right here. And that is a camo. Is that a camo? No, it is a vanilla tint umbrella with bubbles and beacons. They really like their beacons here, even on these maps, on these smaller maps. Maybe it's just kind of help locate K. Is like because it just kind of helps with the map. When you open up your map, you can see it. Well, and umbrella instantly getting swarmed there.
Yeah, going right by the beacon was K. Unfortunately, threw it down on the side of Inksync here, and they're going to be able to get this first push off. Look at all these clams. Look at Link deciding not to go for the clams, though. Going to try and shark here. Using that ink armor, trying to find something. I don't know. I think they could have gotten a good push off.
Well, they're still got the opportunity to do that. 26 clams built up. They got the man advantage. And also, that's Jimmy on the splash, by the way.
What?
That is Jimmy on the splash-o-matic.
And that means
Gigas on Junior. So sacrificing their range, trying to beat Lois at their own game. And a lot of points going up for Lois right now. That is a wipe, though. That's a wipe. And look, they're not wasting any time. They're saying, drop the basket. We'd like the score now, please. Thank you.
Although they haven't collected too many clams, he's maybe making power clam here. K going in a little too far on the right, though.
Yeah.
I just don't... K has not been working out. I think it's the combination of the Tenebrella and the Tri-Slosher just shutting down K in this situation. Gigas with 9 clams in a little bit of an overextended position as well. Tri-Slosher's dropping down, able to find Umi, and probably going to find Gigas here too. That's going to be 2 for Link, and this is looking like it's Lois running the match. It looks like it's Lois's counter pick.
It really does, at least so far in the first 2 minutes. But I mean, we saw the comp change. This is the comp that InkSync wants to die with right here. So essentially, we're going to need to start seeing it kind of come to fruition right here, what their game plan with this is. I think you're kind of right. I think they want to get K going. And K just got a double along the right side right there, getting 2 more KAs. Umi going down and 2 players going down for InkSync. They had a window there in man advantage, but just couldn't capitalize off of it.
I don't know what Jimmy was thinking there going in there. I probably saw a little bit of a juicy pick, but ended up getting called out. And this Tenebrella is just oppressive. The interesting thing is the Tenebrella doesn't have Object Shredder, which I thought was interesting. I guess maybe to keep the bubbles alive for longer, you know, doesn't want to pop it, but that just seems like an interesting choice to me. But instead, making these bubbles huge, making this Tenebrella last forever, and negating something like these bomb rushes when they come out. Nether's gonna try and work their way around here, try and just stall for as long as possible while Lois is down. But they get clams going in.
Had they scored in a 2v4 situation, Nether being the last one jumps out. They just give a free mercy clam to InkSync right there. And now, okay, but everybody's spawning back in for Lois, but InkSync has all this map control. They had a lot of, well, they're not, no, actually, this got armor ready to go. The other special's a little bit way away. Burst Bomb Rush ready to go as well. The InkSync needs to find a way to get some points off of this push. 2 players going down for Lois all of a sudden. Nether staying alive up here. I don't know if InkSync's aware of this. Jimmy gets punished because of it.
1 pump, and that's gonna do it. I think that this Tenebrella is really the difference maker here, because they don't really have anything to deal with it. They've got Gigas, which has a couple of bombs, and they've got the Slosher, which can be effective against it. But if they're not double teaming it, and if they're just getting chipped constantly by it, and they can't shoot at it because of the Brella, it's gonna be spelled disaster for them. Here comes K trying to find it. I couldn't find anything. You can't fight this Tenebrella. I think that's where InkSync's downfall is.
Yeah, I mean, Nether's not lighting up the scoreboard, but the rest of the players for Lois are 13 remaining. They don't have any clams just yet, but Link is just destroying everybody, and that's going to cause enough time for the rest of the players to get up those clams. Can they keep this basket open? They do, but then they don't? Nintendo? Excuse me.
No, that's
50 seconds left. InkSync is really struggling to get pushes off, even when they have complete control. You got a huge mountain to come back from here. They could find a way to do it.
They might be able to find it, but they need to start getting some key picks here, and they need to not let these baskets stay open. Link on the right side has enough clams to end. That's gonna be InkSync's counter pick going in the favor of Lois.
I mean, they changed their comp. They had an idea in mind. It just didn't work. I don't think they were expecting that tent, honestly. And look, I think the tent only got 3 splats, but they got a double. Okay, they ended up with 5, but they got a double right there in a 2v4 situation, splatting Jimmy and taking care of 1 other player, and that just shut down what looked like to be a monstrous push from InkSync. And InkSync just never recovered from that point on. It was, I mean, yeah, I like, again, they changed their comp. I like that. I just don't think that's InkSync's bread and butter, though. I just don't think that's, I think they tried to change their identity too much.
Yeah.
In a game where they absolutely had to win. But that doesn't negate the fact that InkSync is walking out of here with 4th place. A pretty good result for them.
It's very good. You know, they're going to look at that. They're going to look back. They're going to think, man, we had 2 wide open times to push in that game alone. You know, they're going to learn a lot from this. These are pretty solid, high caliber, low level teams. And if they can get some good scrim partners, they can show back up in low ink, come back, Be the golden child that we expect them to be. I'm joking. That's a joke.
The golden child. Who? Well, access denied being the current golden child right now. Just waiting on for losers finals. Now let me take a peek. Where are we? We should be able to just go right into this one. I'm assuming. Shiverme Feeders and Lois will be going up against this. I want to give just a quick rundown of Lois right here. What you just saw was the 6th match that they've played so far today. They've played nothing but best of 3 all day long because they lost in round 1.
Yeah.
In those 6 matches, they have gone to a decisive game 3 4 times. Lois is having the most stressful Monday morning you could possibly have. And that's so. And
that's
again,
saying something.
Eventually, those things catch up to you. We've seen this happen in low ink. Eventually, you do hit the wall, and it's very difficult to come back from that. Shiverme Feeders, here's another trend that we've seen. When you lose winter finals, you usually get steamrolled in losers finals because you have a little bit of a weight. You're coming off of a loss versus Lois, who has now won literally 5 matches in a row and can't be eliminated in game 3. So on paper, looks like Lois can find a way to get back to grand finals here. But Shiverme Feeders, they're in this spot for a reason. They've been doing good all day long, but this is a different monster they're about to face.
They were looking hot today, but I actually, so in the morning before the tournament started, I went back and checked all of the teams that were going to be in Alpha Bracket, checked if they faced each other at all. Lois did play Shiverme in Swiss, and Lois won 2-1.
2-1. Okay, so here's the question. Do you know what round that was?
That was in round 5.
Round 5? Okay, just for fun, I'm going to look and see
okay.
at what point did Rainmaker show up in round 5, and the answer to that is game 2. So if I were to take a guess, they might have lost Tower Control Manta, won the Rainmaker Humpback, and then won on Clan Blitz Canal. That would just be an educated guess I have right there.
Yes, and that seems like the most reasonable route, especially from what we've seen from Shiver. Especially with the way that they've been playing really well on Tower Control. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to have to see who wins this first map mode, because Splat Zones is probably going to go in the favor of Shiverme.
Well, I mean, we saw how good they were on Art Academy a little bit earlier there. And this first map is going to be what exactly? I know it's Splat Zones. I just don't know what the map is off the top of my head. It's Art Academy again.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It is. So they're going right back. Is that really what winners finals was? Yeah, it was. Okay, so Shiver Me. Yeah, and now again, keep this in mind. Just because you beat one team here doesn't mean you can beat everyone here. They learned that with Sturgeon Shipyard against Access Denied. But Splat Zone's Art Academy, this is probably, when you're the team that is coming into this match having just lost versus Lois, who has been beating teams who are coming off their loss all day long, this is probably the one map that you want to see come your way first.
Shiver Me. Wow, I just completely lost that train of thought. It was there. It left the station. Either way. Oh, they are bringing in the Jet Squelcher player. Interesting.
Well, keep in mind, they only used Jet Squelcher like one time that last set.
Yeah.
Did they sub players out that last set? I just wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Because this that player only came in during the last game.
Could we just call that person Fishy, you think? And just get away with that? Well, probably not. There's an N underscore for some reason. Oh, you know Fishney.
I know a Fishy Fash.
Okay.
So I can't call that player Fishy if I don't know their name is Fishy, because I know a Fishy, you know?
Exactly. Anyways, this is why you sometimes want to take breaks in between sets. We're moving on. Losers finals. Lois trying to keep this winning streak going, looking to get a rematch, get access denied. Said, hey, we'd much rather play you guys in a best of 5 than a best of 3. Now that we're a little bit more warmed up, ready to go. Shiverme feeders, again, just coming off of a loss. That can play a little bit into you psychologically. You want to win this first game to get that winning taste back into your mouth so that you know how to move going forward. You steamrolled here last time, and the question is, what is the comp Lois is going to come out with? I wonder, Poetry seems to be one of the more, actually all those players on Lois are extremely flexible as far as what their comps are going to be. But we did see Poetry come out with Ballpoint, with beacons. They really like using beacons in some shape or fashion if it's not Rainmaker. So I wonder if they're going to come back out with that here. Beacons don't really do a whole heck of a lot. I guess maybe if you got the lockout going, it does.
Yeah, it's more of an offensive tool in that case. But let's see what happens. Losers Finals, Low Ink, January 2021. We see the Heavy Remix, we see the H3 from Nether, and we see the Jet Squelcher as well as the Tri-Slosher on the side of Shiverme. This is going to be a fun set as we see the players dropping quickly.
You know, that's an aggressive H3. That's 3 mains of main power-up. That's not a sit back and spam armor kind of thing, even though we see armor in the first 15 seconds. That's a go up and land my directs kind of H3. So a lot of aggression coming out here. Obviously, Poetry can use a whole wide variety of things, and 3 players potentially do eventually go down from the side of Shiverme.
It seems like they're not able to push up quite yet on the side of Lois, but they're going to be able to put on a ton of pressure. And like we saw the other time, they're just going to sit back. They don't need to go too far forward. Nether unfortunately does and completely shuts down my thought. But Link here can just wait for them to come in and feed. And I don't know if Shiverme's just not used to playing coordinated right now because they're just not playing together. But they're just... It seems like they're just lost their coordination all of a sudden.
They're definitely staggered right now. They need everybody to come back alive. It looks like they finally pumped the brakes. They said, let's get this armor. Let's get them a massive lead. But the Inzap player going down. Vishni trying to make something happen here from the plat position. Now they have no choice but to go in. Too little, too late. Get a taste of your own medicine. Lois wins game 1, and they have control of the set going forward.
The fact that they have control of the set going forward is just a very hard mental block for Shiverme coming back. They lost a close set in winners. Now they have to sit through a game, watch the stream, and then watch as they see their demise from a team that they couldn't beat yesterday, and now they're still not beating them today. If they come back and win this set, I will be floored.
Well, we know so if they want to win this set, it is going to have to go to a game 5. It's just straight up going to have to go to a game 5. Yeah. Because as soon as Lois loses, they're going to pick Rainmaker at some point. You have to win this one. You cannot be forced to beat Lois on 2 counter picks because they're just going to pick Rainmaker twice in a row. So you have to win this one if you want to win this set. They're going with tower control. This is the other mode that we haven't seen, and that's a Corona coming in, making their first appearance. We saw Corona was on the pregame show, or the pre-tourney show, the past couple of months. Seems like a pretty chill person. But now they don't need chill right now. They need aggression. They need blood to be spilled on the side of Lois. And tower control Manta Maria. I like this idea. If they were watching the last set, I think we should try these guys on tower control before we go anywhere else.
And they're going to have the missiles, they're going to have the Jet Squelcher, they're still going to have Kyle on that armor. Do you know what Corona plays? Because if they're going to play weapons that are like calm and everything, and they can kind of just keep the fire that is Lois at bay, it might work out well for them. I don't know.
I guess the question, who did they bring out? Did they take out their Tri-Slosher? They took out Adept.
Yeah.
So they're getting rid of their Tri-Slosher to bring in Corona into this one. Like you said, they're keeping the Jet player in there. And this is going to be the first time, at least for this month, that we're going to see Lois play tower control. Again, the more flexible team Link being the only player who hasn't readied up, I think they're going to go with a Slosher of some sort, so why not? Slosher has been working out very, very well for Link so far into this tournament. But something's got to give here. You got to get control of your side of the map very quickly. You need to build up some specials. You need to throw punches at Lois, and you need to make them be a little bit more defensive. You don't want them to get established and get comfortable like they have been. Link coming off of the Slosher, and that is not a V-Jet. That is the farthest from V-Jet I think you can get. That is a respawn Punisher E-Leader.
There's your
blood. That's the blood right there.
And Corona's an Octobrush player. Shouts to Kingmakers. Wow. I was not expecting this much of a comp change on the side of Shiverme, but you were right. Something needed to give, and so they gave it. They're giving it all to this fascinating composition. They've got the Inkjet here, Sharking on the side. I don't know if they saw them. This could be Corona's play. This could be the play that they need. Coming around the side, trying to find the person on a tower. Barely getting it at the edge of the hitbox. One player going down on the side of Shiverme still. There goes that E-Leader's down, but they have control. It's just Link versus Kyle and Corona. Able to trade it out. No! Link gets away! That's huge! That's actually massive! This could be the opening that Lois needs. Because now they got the control back.
And Link, getting the splat, and Link not jumping out, not being satisfied with that, recognizes, hey, I'm in a spot that is very annoying and is slowing down literally everything for Shiverme up to this point, and Link's just kind of doing a good job of just being an annoying pest. Corona with a very good opening, but Link's positioning right there squandered all of it.
That's amazing pick from Fishny, though. That was a very precise line that you have to hit if you're going to hit someone on that mass, especially when they were that close to it. And that's going to open up Shiverme to let a push in. Not going to get too far because of the missiles, but Link ends up going down. Link, the key to stopping whatever pushes they were throwing out has been going down, and that's not okay. You need your main aggressor to stay alive.
3 players going down for Shiverme. This is Lois's first opportunity in these first 2 minutes to try to get across this first checkpoint. Not the most difficult one in the world to get across here, but here we see a flank wisely shut down by Corona. Man, Corona top fragging right now, 5KA. What a difference it makes bringing a player in off the bench who hasn't been playing for a little bit, but can revitalize your VC a little bit, can be a positive influence, and can get everybody else kind of energized right now. Corona's making a huge impact off the bench.
Corona is impact, and that is to a T. The way that we've been seeing them flank, the way we've been seeing them shut down Link even, it seems like that's the only player that can really deal with them. And that's going to be the checkpoint for Shiverme Inkling. Eventually not going to be able to land this shot, though, and that's going to be a respawn punish for death, which is not what you want to see. Able to at least trade it out, get things reset, gonna try and shark on this person to mid, and Marian able to find a lot. This K-shot now coming alive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The rest of the players respond to the positive energy from your new player coming in and making some very nice plays. They cleared the first checkpoint, which is good. The second one's going to be the real key right here, but it does at least give you a little bit of a lead, a little bit of a comfort here. Kyle trying to make a play up here in the snipe, gets punished for it. That has to be Link, I'm assuming, in the fall down kill, who's just been a thorn in the side all set long so far. Poetry trying to work around this left side, and Link getting into a good position. The E-Leader forced to kind of jump away right there, and that's going to open up the door for this first checkpoint to fall. They'll probably get lead right here, but they really, really need to find a way to get across the second checkpoint if they want to get away, if they want to win this whole game.
They need to keep pushing this tower. It looks like they're backing off. I don't know if it's the right call, because here comes the Inkjet and the armor. This is Corona's bread and butter. Gonna be able to take down Nether. Not gonna find anyone else because of the positioning, but it looks like Link is gonna try and find Corona here. They go for it. They trade out. Both of them are neutralized, and now it's just left to the rest of the team. Here comes Fisney, and Kyle able to find a good pick in zone. That's 2. That's 3. That's the power. That is the speed that you need to capitalize when the player that's been the thorn on your side is down. And then they start floundering. Then they start going in one by one, and this is when you need to make your move. Fisty ends up going down, but Corona going to be right back on tower. If they can clear the second checkpoint, it's everything. Corona going to jump over. Not going to be able to get touched from that high ground. Here comes the Inkjet. This could be everything. 30 seconds left, and this is the second checkpoint cleared, and they have the picks to keep going. Pop gun. This is what we want to see from Shiverme.
This is just a complete snowball coming right now. All these checkpoints, all these points falling, and Lois finally able to stop it. We think. Where's Corona? Corona's spawning back in right now. Okay, so now what is your closeout? If you are Shiverme, what is your way to make sure this ends? Are you going to set somebody up in the flank? Are you building up that right kind of special? Because you don't really have. You got missiles, I guess, but you're so far away from them.
No,
and now,
you need jet armor.
You see the specials. You see Corona starting to come in right here, getting the splat on the Inzap Poetry and just going in for the tower. Ultimately gets taken down. 2v2 situation right here. Kyle gets taken down, and now it's just your E-leader. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And now you're going to lose this checkpoint for free. And now you got to take the fight to this last one. They need to get halfway across that second checkpoint to get lead. Corona's already back, going up this wall. I don't know if they realize this one. It takes care of one play, but now they really got to focus tower. Just one more point away. They get the lead. They leave tower a little too long, taking fights away from it. And oh no, the Pirates have one stolen from them.
That's such a tough way to lose. They got a little too antsy. They got too antsy. They weren't even at the second checkpoint yet, and they got antsy, and Corona dove forward. You can't make that mistake.
Well, it's like, I don't think they realized they could have surrendered that second checkpoint. They went all in to defend that second checkpoint, especially when that E-leader was the last player left alive. Just jump out. Just get out of there. You got respawn Punisher. If you die, you're not coming back for the rest of the game. If they jump out and they say, let's set up shop and let's defend this final checkpoint, because Corona was in a good position right there, was able to get a splat, just took a little too long to turn back and attack the tower. But man, yeah, Shiverme desperately needed to win that one. This set just became infinitely more difficult for them. They're going to have to beat Lois on Rainmaker twice now if they want to win this set.
The question is, what are they even counterpicking in the first place? Because
you go back to tower. You have to go back to tower control, and that looks like that's what they're doing. Man, but do you not? I mean, Adept has been playing really well, and Tri-Slosher works out well here. Tri-Slosher works out well everywhere. But, I mean, I don't know if Adept's just not available to come in or not, but...
Yeah, like maybe something behind the scenes, maybe like mentality's a little shot. Could be a lot of things preventing the players that we saw earlier on in the tournament, preventing them from coming in. Because, I mean, the roster that we saw at the beginning of that Access Denied set are two completely different players. We're not seeing Coruscant, and we're not seeing Adapt.
You're right. We haven't seen the Squeezer.
That changes a lot. It changes a lot about how you play. It changes a lot about why you're playing. It changes, and that mentality too, where you're thinking like, oh, you know, like if we had this player, like, and maybe some teams are a little bit different than this, but it goes through your mind. It very much goes through your mind, like, oh, you know, like, am I living up to the team name, or is it just this one player that's carrying me? And it's thoughts like that can really be insidious, especially mid-tournament.
Well, do you want to live up to the team name Shiverme Feeders? I guess is the question they're going with here. Still, if you want to win this set, it starts with this game right here. You'll worry about Rainmaker when you get to it. Sticking with that, now look, I will say this, that the push that Shiverme got initially was because Fishni was able to get that splat on the K-shot. Respawn Punisher, yeah, it makes you come back a little bit later. More importantly, it slashes the specials that you got. But now Link kind of going in right here, trying to get aggressive on that Respawn Punisher again, making sure that Fishni doesn't start off strong as they did last time.
On starting off strong, they are not. Already we see Lois starting to bowl them over. The bomb rush in a perfect position. And unfortunately, one does go down on the side of Lois, but... Oh, wait, they get a good fight.
That's a wipe.
That's a wipe.
They don't clear that first checkpoint either, so no real harm done, no foul. And look how quickly they're pushing up. Corona able to get into that Rice position on the enemy snipe. I think all of Lois is aware of that, which Corona doesn't care because they got an Inkjet. And now Link getting taken care of. That seems to be the key. If you want to get a push going, you got to take care of Link first, and then you can just deal with the rest of the Lois players. This first checkpoint, getting harassed. They left the tower alone and didn't control that enemy snipe. You need to get that for this first checkpoint. And it looks like they're starting to take fights up there now. Can they clear this checkpoint? It doesn't look like it. Missiles forcing them back, but Corona doing a good job of getting the splat right there. One player left alive now.
Only Nether, and they're going to have to try and fend off this window from this K-Shot, and this E-Leader is going to be peeking through. Link able to dive towards this tower, but unfortunately goes in a little bit too deep. Link is getting a little bit antsy, and we've just not been seeing them pop off like they normally do. K-Shot ends up going down, and this is going to at least be a little bit of a stalemate. But I think the key difference in what we saw is that Shiverme punished when Lois overextended into that left area, into their court side, to the left of the snipe. But we didn't see Lois punish Shiverme for doing the same thing. It ended up being like a trade. And because of that, they were able to snowball. Nether goes in a little bit too far themselves this time. It looks like Lois is playing a little bit scattered.
Lois is playing like a team that's up 2-0 in this set. That's what they're doing. They're like, you know what? Let's just go at them. If we don't win it, we know we get to control the next two maps. So let's just be a little bit aggressive. They're allowed to be a little bit more aggressive, because eventually one of those punches they throw is going to land. Right now it's a 2v2 situation. There's a chicken up there. You can't ride it just yet. Poetry back onto the tower. And I think this is the 5th different weapon we've seen Poetry use so far on stream. The versatility of Lois is really, it's refreshing to see.
It's good. You need to be able to adapt. And compositions should never be stuck, especially by one player. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Wipe here on the side of Shiverme Inklings, and even though they're playing like they've got nothing to lose, I mean, they're literally playing like they've got nothing to lose because they're losing. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. I mean, true, and I mean, on the flip side, I don't think a lot of people expected them to make it this far anyways, whereas Lois, it's either you win this tournament or you're going to be disappointed. So, I mean, the pressure, even though it might not be in this particular game 3 right here, the pressure is all on Lois to win this set. And look how much, this is a good win. If they can find a way to win this one, there goes that critical checkpoint, gone for nothing. They're getting a lot of splats. They're getting a lot of confidence right now. That can kind of come back and haunt Lois later in the set if they can't find a way to turn this around and get this win right here. Because right now, it is all Shiverme just doing whatever they want to do. Now, again, we saw this in the last game, and it ended up biting them in the butt in the end. But we see a little bit of a weakness here from Lois.
Yes, we do, as this flank comes in from Corona, a huge double, and they're going to be able to keep on fighting. I think out of ink to lose a little bit. They're going to have to run away, save themselves, get this Inkjet in the air, and that's going to probably soar them over to that next couple of checkpoints. Vishni able to back up, Link trying to chase them down, get this respawn Punisher kill, not going to be able to do so. Inkjet is up and alive and trying to find something, but Link takes it down. We could see the spiral back into the side of Lois quickly, and they could knock it out here, but they're putting on a show.
They are, and this is where you kind of avoid, this is where you learn from the mistakes you made last time if you were Shiverme. All right, we can give up that first checkpoint. If I'm Shiverme, I'm not even taking the fight for the first checkpoint, but that kind of splat right there gives you the man advantage, and you see everybody forced to kind of dog onto the tower. You see Corona in a very good position, recognizing I just got to control the snipe, and there's not much they can do against the brush right there. So Poetry able to stay alive on the tower. Vishni, can they land the shot from there? I don't know if they can, and they're not going to aim for it. They're going to try to take care of somebody overextending a little bit. But now 2 players going down. Surely they're going to find a way to win this one, and they do.
Yeah, no. I mean, once that double went down on the tower, they had no specials. There was nothing they could do to prevent Vishni from really taking over the tower and getting some shots down. So, clutch stuff from Shiverme. Able to put themselves out there, show them why they got here in the first place. Yeah, look at those K8 lines on the side of Lois. Definitely not from what we're used to seeing.
You know what I find interesting? That I'm trying to think in my head how Shiverme is going to beat Lois on Rainmaker twice in a row. the map that Lois likes to play on, Manta Maria, they can't go there. They won tower control on that map, so they can't go to Manta. And there's only 4 other Rainmaker maps to go with this time around. They really like picking Muscle Forge Fitness last month. That's not in the map pool this time around. It's just the traditional Humpback, Snapper Canal, Black Belly, and I forget whatever the 5th one is. But regardless, the one they want to go to, Manta Maria, they can't do. Not that I think... Well, honestly, if it was smart. I'm not going to rule out that it wasn't that. But that's some 4D chess being played. But you know what? That's kind of how counter picks work. You want to set up some kind of fail safe to where even if you lose on your counter pick, it gives you. You still get something out of it, and you at least get to eliminate Manta Maria. Humpback Pump Track, though, I mean, they're going to do the same thing here anyways. It just might not be their favorite.
Well, it's also a bit more open, so someone like Poetry who's going to be able to play like a Splatling or something is going to be able to mow them down a little bit easier. You know, can't get peaked the same way if they're playing all 4 splooshes. You know what I mean? So I think that's a good way to handle the intensity that we've seen from this intense comp.
And you know what? I think Adept might have had like a date or something scheduled already, because if you have your Tri-Slosher available, you bring them in right now. And they're sticking with this comp. So I think this is just who they have available right now at this point. And yeah, there it is. There it is. And yeah, you can't do E-Leader against this. Wisely going to the C-Jet. Either Jet I think would have worked out, but obviously Stingray's a very good special here. Drop Rollers still, even though they don't have Inkjet anymore as Corona. Instead, it's going to be Hammer versus Hammer action with the Kensa brush.
I like that, though. I like the fact that they're adjusting. You know, Inkjet is strong on Humpback, but if you can clear that elbow with a Hammer, it's even better. The missiles come out on the side of Shiverme, and here we go. The Australian special is about to go to work. Here comes the first hammer, and they're going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker on the side of Shiverme. The Ultra Stamp goes down for Corona as well, and I think that's what took out the Sploosh. Rainmaker does go down, and here comes the Australian school of pushing the Rainmaker. They're just going to keep going forward. This is going to be intense. They already have control of the plat. The Stingray does come out. They're going to get to at least 60 around the elbow, and here comes Corona trying to fend off people. 2 go down on the side of Lois. That's going to do it for at least for the time being.
Yeah, my question was, where's that C-Jet player going to be when they fire that Stingray? Because that's where it's all going to come down to. If they're down on that flat and it's somewhere where the players can get to them, that Stingray is going to get turned off really quick. So they were up deep on the top spawn area. That's where they need to fire every Stingray if they want to stay safe. But they're able to shut down that push. The little hammer shenanigans, but still the Rainmaker should reset. And here comes an aggressive offensive Stingray trying to make a play right here. Does tickle Link a little bit, but isn't going to be enough to get a splat. But still, so far, you're in this one still for Shiverme.
Oh yeah, no, it's not gone away at all. I mean, this team is so aggressive, they're going to misplay at some point, right? You just need to find the time. Unfortunately, if they keep going down to these double hammer pushes, they're not going to be able to find that. Here comes the push once again. They do have the Ray online. They're going to get a little bit more at this time. The Ray didn't come out in time. That's an 18 push. All of a sudden, what was looking like a very, reasonable game to play is now completely in the favor of Lois, and you're on your back foot. This is do or die.
3 minutes left to go, but the question is, how do they get the lead back right here? Because they're going to be players swarm. It's not like this team's just going to turtle up and try to defend. They're going to still try to KO you and still try to spawn camp you, even as you're grabbing the Rainmaker right now. Fishney can't really push up, and that's kind of the struggle with doing this quad shooter thing versus an anchor comp, is that C-Jet can't really go up and help with the fight other than when they're firing that Stingray, because they're just trying to stay alive themselves. But now they need to be aggressive against an aggressive team with the defensive comp, and it just seems like Lois is just going to keep grabbing this Rainmaker and just keep driving it down the enemy throat.
That's the FLC school of pushing the Rainmaker. If you push it far enough into the enemy territory, they can't make a good push before the time you respawn. That is literally the mindset. And Kazaz end up going down to a bomb here, but they need to get a couple more picks like that, and if you go down to bombs yourself, it's not going to work out. They need a good, strong special push where they wipe the enemy. I don't know how much QR these splooshes are running, but if they can just keep sitting back and throwing bombs for defense, there's literally nothing that they can do. Here comes the hammer. Kyle able to find a pick, but it's a man advantage for Lois again.
It's always just been a man advantage. Even when you get the splat straight up, the other player comes right back. Poetry going in. I don't need an escort or anything. I'm just going to try to make something happen right here. If anything, it's just going to bleed time off the clock. And now, once again, you see, I mean, look, there's just one player after another just trying to play, just trying to harass. And that forces the early Stingray, which accomplishes nothing. Yeah, it's just... There's just not much answers being thrown right here.
Yeah, like, it seems like they're just trying to throw out everything, trying to get a straight pick, We need to just get one down. We need to pop our specials, get something rolling. 2 people end up going down on either side as this hammer is going to get taken down.
Uh-oh.
Kyle finally getting something. They're trying to find the Smoosh. They know he's here. Bomb ends up getting tossed out. Kyle able to just fend him off, and they're able to get the pick. This could be the opening that they need. They got the specials, they got the Stingray. This could do it. Kazaa's trying to fend off, trying to get these missiles online. They're gonna try and swim away. I think they lost sight of him. Come the missiles, here come the armor. This could be very bad. Corona trying to get something on the other side going, trying to use a little bit of a flank action, ease up the pressure, but they're just turtled up. Lois can't be touched right now.
Yeah, for the first time, we've seen Lois kind of contained right here, but you only got 20 seconds left to go, and you've been holding on to the Rainmaker for a little bit here. Nether able to get a pick on Corona, and does have a hammer ready to go. This will be the 13th hammer that they're going to fire. I think they're just going to pop it and just try to chuck it, because that Rainmaker is going to explode pretty soon. They only got about 16 seconds left to go. They have to make something happen, and that falls right into Lois's plan. Just, yeah, until I see them lose on Rainmaker, I'm not convinced it's going to happen in low ink. I'm just not convinced.
Impressive stuff on the side of Lois. They have won. They're going back to grand finals where they're going to take on the red hot Access Denied in a what I'm sure is to be a bloodbath.
A rematch from round 1. It's not going to be best of 3 anymore. It's going to be best of 5 with a bracket reset potential. This is the matchup you want to see. 2 name brand teams where you know that neither team, if either team loses, they're not going to be satisfied with making second place. For both teams going into this grand finals, it's win the tournament or nothing. And that's going to be an absolute thriller to see. Congratulations to Shiverme Feeders for taking 3rd place. But we're moving on to grand finals, and we're going to be right back with Lois versus Access Denied here on Low Ink. but the rest of the players for Lois are 13 remaining. They don't have any clams just yet, but Link is just destroying everybody. And that's going to cause enough time for the rest of the players to give those clams. Can they keep this basket open? They do, but then they don't? Nintendo? Excuse me.
No, that's they're going to shove it forward at least, and that's going to be 2 down.
This is not fair. Okay, they know where Link is. Man, the Rainmaker reset, and we're like, who cares? Oh, they're still going for it? Bruh!
This is the FLC school pushing the Rainmaker. You've seen teams.
Haunt them here. Look, only about 5 penalty points remaining. And there comes K around the right side. Are they going to be able to get the zone right back? It stalls. Nobody has been splatted just yet. It's a back and forth for the entire game. 2 players going down from Lois, 2 going down for Inkling now. And somehow, what a finish. Inkling wins game 1.
Let's do a missile. And another missile kill ends up going down. Nether's not going to be able to fend off everyone. Has to back up a little bit. And it's going to leave another Lois player to die. That's 30 seconds left on the clock, and not a lot of special points, nor a lot of man advantage on the side of Lois. But Link use some great plays. Ends up going down to the propeller ink. It's only Gigas. 20 seconds left, and Lois has a tight spot for Shiverme, and 2 go down. They can pop this. They've got the missiles, and there's 3 down on the side of Shiverme. They just need to pop the Rainmaker. This could be it for Access Denied. They need to just get past that bomb. They need to get past that little bit of ink.
They still got a long way to go, though. But can they slip around? They do! They get lead! 1 point remaining on the... Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink, January 2022. I am Popgun on the microphone with the Magic 8 Ball, and we are bringing you guys a star-studded grand finals here. Access denied, who has made more alpha brackets than you could possibly count, going up against the team that finished in second place last month, Lois. These two teams played earlier today. Access denied winning 2-1. This is not a best of 3 though. This is best of 5 with the possibility of a bracket reset. Access denied just needs to win 3 times. This tournament's over. Lois needs to win 3 times twice if they want to find a way to become the first team ever to win Low Ink after losing it the month prior and immediately coming back the next month and winning it.
Have any Low Ink teams won after losing round 1?
No, that's never happened either. Not in alpha bracket. So a lot of bad juju against Lois here.
But they're looking hot. If any team can do it, I honestly believe it's them. I'm excited to see Oceania out here in Low Ink, as it's been a while since we've seen a really strong showing from them. If Australia's in the chat, let us know. Shouts to Australia.
What time is it right now? That's what I want to. I think it's like, it's got to be like getting close to, like, the sun should be rising. I'm assuming in some parts of Australia. I could be completely wrong about that. Regardless,
no idea. Game
1, access denied. Here's going to be the question: are they rusty? Are they nervous? Are they going to be coming in here ready to play? Because Lois has been playing non-stop and have won 6 straight rounds. No surprises coming out from the side of either team, I guess you could say, other than Nether coming on Mini.
Yeah.
We've seen these guys use a lot of different weapons. I think that's a new for Lois bingo. I think you can mark off Mini now.
Interesting. I still think that the armor would have been fine against SB here, able to negate it instead of using the missiles, but I guess if they want to get those quick missiles off, they're going to be able to utilize it with this burst bomb chip comp that they're going for. Link able to dip and dive, moving very quickly across this map and being an absolute nuisance, and gets this pick. Able to find Suga, not going to be able to land the tech, not going to be able to stick to the wall, and that's going to at least be a little bit of an opening if Kazaz can't find one here. This could be it.
I mean, that turns a nice splat into a trade, but still the rest of the players for Lois starting to respond. 3 more players going down from the side of access denied. We see this every single month, but you're seeing it right now. One team is fresher than the other. It's the team that's on a 6-game winning streak versus the team that had to sit and watch for a little bit right here. This could be a KO. Saucy Boy getting taken down yet again. And Lois take down one more player, doesn't lose control of zone. A lot's being thrown at the zone from the side of access denied, but it's not going to be enough to overpower a Mini, an Inzap, and a K-Shot. Game 1 very quickly going into the favor of Lois.
And I guess with the grates and everything, it does make sense. Instead of using that H3, using the Mini to get around the sides, able to paint just a crud ton.
Yeah.
Clean. That's all I can say.
And I mean, that's again, this is nothing new. That win from Lois doesn't surprise me, just because we've seen this happen so many times. There's been a lot of debate about formats in the competitive scene over the past week or so. This is one of the... there are a lot of pros to doing double limb. This is one of the cons, is that if you make it grand finals, you're going to fall asleep for a little bit, and it might take you a little too long to pick back up. But look, wasting no time. Access denied has done more counter picks probably than any team in Low Ink history, just because they've been here for so long. Immediately going to tower control at Sturgeon's shipyard. So let's wake up here. This is a good spot to kind of get our sea legs back under us.
Been together for so long too. You know, I think that's an interesting thing to notice as well. I mean, Hayden, Suge, SB, all players that play around each other for the longest time, like, they know what maps they're good on at this point. You know, after so long, they're going to have their counter picks down. They haven't readied up, which I think is interesting.
Well, I think they're just trying to, like, I mean, it's not going to be a surprise what weapons they're going to use. I think this is just more of a, let's breathe, let's recollect ourselves. You know, who knows what's going on in their VC right now? This is where they've wanted to be in this stage for so long. I mean, this has been the goal for so long. They don't care about finishing third or a run and losers or any of that. This is where they've wanted to be for literally about 12 low inks now. I think they need to take this time, reset, and just say, let's breathe and let's go after this one. That last game happened. Who cares? Let's get it out of our mind and let's go get the win right here. And yeah, none of them readied up until the timer went out. Whereas Lois was ready to go. I like that. I like that kind of mentality. You know, they added Sug to their roster about 3 months ago, so they've had an additional 3 months to kind of get synergy with this player. Sug adds a nice presence to that VC, even though they're all gone, and now Sug is the last player standing, it looks like.
You know, I was
Maybe
just about
that's
to...
You know what? That throws everything I just said out the doggone window, doesn't it? It's not that they were waiting to ready up. It's because their teammates weren't even at their controllers, I bet.
That's the funniest thing. I've never seen anything like that. I was about to comment that, you know, it was funny how players from Australia are playing players from Europe with a European caster and North American commentators. And I was going to say how it's a celebration of the world, and then we get to see the $20 a year netcode.
Okay, so here's my concern. I hope it's the netcode. What I hope this isn't is some other shenanigans that's going on here. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, now you're starting to think in your head. Okay, they made the counter pick really fast, so it's not like they just vanished after
Maybe
that
something
game.
happened
like they
in
were
between
ready.
there?
Yeah. I really hope that was just an internet issue and not something crazy happened. Okay, they said they're joining back. And you know what, Magic? We knew something like this was going to happen because you're here.
Right.
So it's
I'm
only
here.
fair that some sort of shenanigan happens. So this stupid streak that you and me are on continues. And it looks like they are going to be joining back. So, yay.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I don't recall Access Denied ever ever having like connection issues. All the times we've had them on stream, I don't recall a single time where they've DC'd like that. So what the heck was that?
And two of them. It wasn't just one of them. It was two.
At the same time. Yeah.
There has to be something else going on. Right. Right. Because they both DC'd at the same point in time. At the beginning of the match.
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. All I hear is that they're joining back. Yeah, I'm looking at the Battlefied chat now. They are joining back. And there goes Saucy Boy. And now we're just waiting on Meg, I believe.
Yeah.
Is it?
Megami.
Megami. Yes. Come back in. Regardless. Welcome in. You know what? I'm genuinely, because I was hyping them up. I was like, they're being smart, they're being patient, they're waiting for this. They're behind the scenes, their VC's probably exploding or something. Was what actually was going on right there.
I mean, if that'll wake them up, then sure, go ahead.
Oh, we got a little bit more information here. Somebody's power went out.
No!
They should be back after a second.
No!
They said they'll be back in a minute. So, you know, hopefully that means their power came back on. And that they're going to be going here. So maybe that's why, maybe the other player DC just as like they're not responding, let me back out so we get the replay or something like that. Yeah. So maybe it's one player that's
smart, yeah.
here, and that's better. Okay, that so it's not the netcode issue, it's the
power issue. Because Access Denied is German? Or European?
No, they're NA.
Really?
Yeah. What makes you think they're German? The Megami
What team am I thinking
thing?
of then? What team am I thinking of?
Oh, there's tons of German teams
Well, I know.
that play in Low Ink. They're all really good. I don't know which one specifically you're thinking of. But no, Access Denied is definitely North American.
What the hell do I know?
It is worth pointing out that they do have a fifth player on the roster that we haven't seen yet, Retro. And I don't know if that player is available right now or what. but we do have a 5th player join, or another player joining at some point. Now, keep in mind, DC rules are you get 1 replay, so if somebody's power goes out again in this set, in this version of the set, then you just gotta play it out regardless of what happens. And if we do get to a bracket reset, then the replay rules reset as well, so Access Denied would get another replay during that. But Meg is back into the lobby for now. Hopefully the power stays on and we can have a clean set. Everybody has to use the same weapons that they just used.
Right, yeah, because they technically loaded into the game. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, this time with Gusto, Game 2, Grand Finals. Let's see what Access Denied can bring to the table on their counter pick, which looked fantastic. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, they played really well right here last time against Shiverme. That was more so responding to the few mistakes Shiverme was making. But double armor coming out from the side of Lois there with the Inzap and the H3. Again, pointing out that H3 is a bit of a more of aggressive build, but it's the one hanging back and building up armor here initially.
V-Slosh coming out as well to keep the missiles online. It's going to be armor, it's going to be missiles, and they're going to take away that Charger's rights, is what it's looking like. And here comes Lois.
That's so true, yeah.
They've already got the missiles. Yeah, because it's double armor, double missile. And it's exactly what you want for a high-paced team. It's going to be putting on just a crap ton of pressure and going to keep people's armors off. We do see 2 people over on that left side, maybe coming around trying to flank the tower. AD going 2 down, though. 2 on the side of not Shiverme, Lois as well. And resets, nothing crazy.
Yeah, they didn't lose that checkpoint. You know, you make a really good point. The comp that Lois is using is why Charger players have gone extinct. If you want to be a Charger against this, you have to be really, really good. And Saucy Boy's going to have a Herculean performance. They want to find a way to win against this kind of comp. Instead, they're forced to jump back. Last player left alive. They have Stingray. They can slow down this push a little bit, but the missiles are online. It fired early before the Stingray, though, so that's not really going to stop the Stingray from shutting down this push, or at least slowing it down for the most part. What caused the Stingray to get away from the tower? Are they being harassed up there?
It looked like they had a couple of people that were up on this right side. Maybe they got a little scared. Maybe they were just moving around because of the missiles somebody tracked by. Possibly. Nether ends up going down on tower. That's going to be the first break that AD can get. 2 going down to the side of Lois. That's going to at least keep them at bay. But if you're Access Denied, you're thinking, crap, we need to start picking up our game here. And they do. Hayden able to find one. This Tri-Slosher finally getting back online to the power that we saw in the last set, in the winner's final set. So this looks good.
Yeah, it's all about positioning for Access Denied. Saucy Boy coming off the tower, making a deep Stingray, trying to take care of the enemy at the window area, trying to clear that out. Isn't able to successfully clear it out, as Nether is just going to stay right there and keeping the fight away from the tower. So Lois doing a good job of making sure Access Denied cannot get into the positions that they wanted to be in. You recognize something on this?
Lois, Link ended up coming around as to try and flank, and it really ended up throwing off AD's coordination, because then it allowed someone to push up on Hayden, who was trying to get on Snipe, and everything ended up going down. 2 going down to the side of Lois here, but Link is still alive, and if Link is still alive and they've got an armor online, there's no reason to feel safe. Here he comes, trying to find one, able to do so. Bombs get people off of the tower. Here comes the armor online, and just trying to fight this thing out, able to get a couple of sloshes. And that's good, again, just throwing off AD's coordination.
Yeah, but now 2 players going down. This is their first opportunity to clear this checkpoint. The Tri-Slosher trying to get into that position, getting shut down by Lois, but it should be enough for them to clear this checkpoint. That's all they really need right here. Oh, able to get the splat from the jump out. Sug able to hold down this right area, and there you go, the positions they all want to be in to clear this second checkpoint. If not, get lead. They do get the lead. Saucy Boy's just going to try to stay on a little bit longer. The rest of Access Denied in a good position. 2 more players going down from the side of Lois, and it's turning up all Access Denied right now on this push.
But the bombs from the side of Lois are so oppressive. The triple suction bomb composition is actually really hard to deal with if you're trying to ride this tower. Link is able to dive. Bomb ends up getting 2, but there's still 1 on tower. It's gonna slide in. That's game 2 going to Access Denied, and it was looking pretty scary for a minute there. good holding it together. Good job holding it down.
And that's the kind of win Access Denied needed. Slow, calculated, patient, but once they get into the positions they needed to do, they go from 0 to 100 and the game's over. They know that map really well. That very nicely done there by Access Denied. Now, here's what Lois has been doing literally all day long. They get to a game 3, they likely get to control what game 3 is, and they get to go with Rainmaker and then win the set right there. The difference here is this is best of 5 now. This is the first time literally Lois has played in a best of 5 all day long. So yeah, winning on Rainmaker, that's going to be nice. Actually, they just played in a best of 5.
Yeah, they just got a best of 5. Yep.
But still, this is the... they're going to use Rainmaker here. They're going back to Humpback. Even if they win this, they can't just camp out on Rainmaker going forward. So it's going to be a little bit more trickier than the last set. But they're going to burn their Rainmaker map right here, right now against Access Denied. Access Denied knows what's coming, not because they watched the stream, which I'm sure they did, but because they literally played against this is where we all, the world found out about this comp that Lois had when they played Access Denied on stream last month. So they know full well what's going to be thrown at them. The question is, what do they have cooked up to beat them here? Because they might have beaten them here earlier in the set in winner's bracket.
They definitely going to use that Tri-Slosher. Probably going to stick with that end zap to try and counteract it. It's going to be interesting, though. See if Saucy Boy ends up going for something a little different. Maybe a Jet Squelcher, but we saw on the side of Shiverme, they went with that Jet Squelcher. It just wasn't that effective. They weren't able to do really anything. So if they end up deciding to do that, you know, are they going to be able to play it in a way that they can prevent people from doing anything? And what I'm very interested in is if they're saving Manta for a tower control counter pick. That would be interesting because they did well on Manta TC. Maybe they're thinking like, oh, okay, maybe we could run with that. That'd be something good for us in the future.
Yeah, and it's not a map that Access Denied can pick because they already won on tower control, and they're not going to pick Rainmaker this whole time. I guarantee you that. It's going to be Splat Zones or Clam Blitz if they don't win right here. But if they could beat Lois here, honestly, I think they'll win the whole tournament. If Access Denied wins this game, they will win the tournament. And they're going with V-Jet. I agree, you can't do Charger here, but they're going to keep the missiles out. This is the latest attempt to try to break through the Trident.
It looks pretty good. I mean, you and I both commentated that wacky set at Riptide, where that V-Jet first really showed up and came to prominence. And if they're trying to do something similar here, I think that's probably a good idea. Is to go down to the side of Lois or to go down to the side of AD with this bomb rush coming out, not going to be able to do anything. Not going to be able to use it for a repop either. It's this pop. Megumi, you can't be standing there when they have 4 object shredders. What?
You know, you bring up Riptide, I would much rather fight 1 Silver Arrow Spray than 2 Sploosh 7s in this kind of scenario here. Both armors are hammers ready to go, armor as well being combined with that one, and here we go. The snowball is rolling down the mountain. This should end it, but you know this player is not going anywhere. Ultimately gets a trade. That's a good trade for Access Denied, but yeah, there you go. There's the early lead. And it's just going to be 4 minutes of hell going forward from here, unless Access Denied can find a way to break through.
And again, the FLC school pushing the Rainmaker, they just gunned it. And you would be so surprised at how many times you could just gun it forward when you've got specials rolling and people are just... It looks at teams that normally do well in defending on Rainmaker just can't even handle it. It's the most fascinating thing. And now they're just going to turtle up. Look, they've got missiles coming out soon, they got armor, they got a hammer. The Mist is interesting. The Mist was able to save the Jet Squelcher's life as the hammer was bowling towards them, but it's still just distracting them long enough.
It's just hilarious to grab the Rainmaker and you think you're safe, and all of a sudden a hammer just jumps out of the ink and just splashes right in front of your face. What do you think's going through your mind right there? It's just like, well, this is it for me. Look at Link. Look at Link. It's going to happen yet again. There goes 1. There goes 2. Do I hear 3? Maybe. No, but still. man, you really have to, your call-outs have to be perfect right here, because you gotta, like, somebody has to recognize that there is a flank coming at all times, and they're just not responding to it until 2 players are already dead.
Actually, on a map like Humpback, where you can literally just get opened on from every single angle in front of you. Like, and then because of that, there's a bunch of angles behind you that I have to check as well. Like, it's just not a safe map. Look at the pops.
Look how quick they pop it.
Because the Object Shredder, I think Object Shredder still works on subs, and so they have like 2 suction bombs and 2 splat bombs. Like, you're not going to out-pop that if they throw the bombs at the same point.
Quad Object Shredder, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... I mean, it's just constantly... Oh, okay, here, that's a delayed wipe. It's so funny. Anytime they play Rainmaker, whenever something looks vaguely like it could be in the favor of the other team, you just get... Your eyes just kind of like, well, oh, they could possibly do something here. And then they build up their specials and get something going. But there goes the K-shot. They're all working around that right side. Meg looks like they're trying to flick around. Can they get lead right here? They do! Oh, they break through! Lead for access denied on Rainmaker! I don't believe it!
They took the Trident strategy and used it for themselves. FLC has bestowed upon us the gun it down and nobody's gonna bat an eye. And it works every single time for no reason. And Access Denied just decided this is the time. This is our time. They jump back. They have a hammer, but they're not going to pop it on us. And now they've got this Rainmaker in a fantastic spot and they need to at least crest that pillar and move a little bit more. And as Suge and Hayden are able to double team it here, they shut down the Trident for now. Link is sharking, but they can keep this Rainmaker away.
No, they don't recognize it. No, they let him drop. Oh, I can't believe it. I thought Link was going to make sure they didn't drop like that. But they take care of the Rainmaker, but still, that's in a much better spot for Access Denied. 45 seconds left to go. No Stingray, mind you. It's all missiles and rain that they can use to kind of shut down a counter push. But, I mean, Access Denied, you got the lead right there. Now what do you do? Because this is the same kind of aggression. Lois plays like they're losing the entire time anyway, so it's not like they got to change anything. And now they're taking the Rainmaker. They're trying to get lead. Toxic Mist coming out at the perfect time.
Jumps come in, and this hammer tries to stay alive for as long as possible. The Sploosh is trying to keep this Rainmaker from popping. They end up getting 3 down. They take the Rainmaker. I can't believe my eyes. The hammers were able to come in and cause too much chaos. Even through the mist, even through the missiles, they were able to paint just enough. And although Access Denied has this Rainmaker in 60 seconds to do whatever they want, they cannot do whatever they want because there is so much green on this map. They had the bomb rush, but the bomb rush was ineffective because they had 2 hammers going, and that was their win condition, but they didn't realize that the hammers were just going to be able to stop it. And now this is a do-or-die situation.
It is rain missiles coming out here, but look, armor's getting popped and 2 hammers online. This is going to be the 10th and 11th hammer. This is going to get flung at Saucy Boy's way soon. They're just throwing one. Oh, able to get an assist on one player. And here comes the other hammer. Ready online. It's just the 2 splooshes that are online. Nether holding onto this Rainmaker, or the hammer just long enough, but somebody able to come around the back door. Man, until... what happened there? I kind of mentioned it. Lois didn't have to change their playstyle at all. They play like they're losing the entire time anyways. Yeah. It's Access Denied that got this huge lead, and then it's just the mad dash scramble to try to hold on to it. That it's just, I mean, it's just too... They came so close to winning.
So good.
So close to winning on Rainmaker, but the Lois just proves to be... I mean, man, that is... they're just so hard to beat there. The good news for Access Denied, though, is that Rainmaker's gone for the rest of this version of the set. If it's a bracket reset, it can poke its ugly head. But we're moving on here. Lois currently up 2-1.
Access Denied almost won that. And I think that says a lot about how Access Denied is all of a sudden online. You know, they came back online last game. The first game was just kind of a steamroll. They were a little cold, and now they're warming up. Now they're almost taking Lois's signature mode and turning it on a 10. I think Access Denied could come back and just wipe them out in Splat Zone's Wahoo and whatever map Lois decides to pick for Game 5.
So Access Denied did not win game 1, so they are allowed to still pick splat zones. And if they lose this one, we will have a bracket reset. If we win it, we're going to a game 5 with a lot of interesting scenarios online there. Wahoo World, yeah, I mean, I guess this works out for Access Denied's favor. The only thing is Lois can do a wide variety of different things. I wouldn't be surprised if Ballpoint came back out here. Actually, I think Access Denied is capable of using a Hydra at some point. Map is a Hydra playground for sure. We've seen them do like Charger and Jet this whole time, but I wouldn't be surprised if Access Denied did bust out a Hydra at some point. Regardless,
it would be interesting, but I'm not sure, especially with the aggression that we're seeing from Lois and how it can just get hit, even on those higher perches, especially if Link uses Slosher here, which is a really good on this map. It is going to be interesting.
Game 4, right here. Camo Tentebrella coming back out, and that is a V-Jet coming out from the side, so they're sticking with the missile spam. Hayden with the Tetris. Splashdown does a lot of damage to the zone right there, but Nether coming back to the tent and immediately putting down Beacons. Beacons really good on this map, as well as Bubbles just soaking up the zone.
Maybe they saw this coming, and so they're trying to use the splashdown to kind of counteract this tent and the bubbles. It could be interesting. Suge able to find a good position here as this Tentebrel is trying to shark and flank underneath the carousel of Access Denied. Able to jump back because of those beacons, and now the bubbles and the bomb rush ready to go on the side of Lois, and they're able to take down 2, and all of a sudden Access Denied's counter pick is going completely against them. If they get wiped here, I mean, it's essentially a wipe. They have the armor at the ready, but look at this position for Lois.
Yeah, that's a nice heads-up play by Sug. Backing off, staying alive, and keeping the armor. So now here comes the counter push, coming back out from the side of Access Denied, and they have some missiles to go with, as well as Bomb Rush that will chase players out of zone. 2 more players going down from the side of Lois. Nice play, and that all starts with the veteran leadership of Sug, recognizing, let's stay alive, let's go in together, and let's not try to make hero plays here. It's grand finals. We're all playing a little bit more nervous, but the team that makes the smarter plays is the one that will come out on top. Right now, Lois able to come back in and recapture the zone, able to get some nice splats there. Off camera, it looks like, as now they're looking to get rid of their penalty points.
Link was able to get a very clean pick as the team was moving up to their plat, and then again just found one with the burst bomb rush, able to just shut it down. The missiles going to get negated by these bubbles, able to keep the zone popped at least for a little while. I think the bomb rush came out too, but still unable to flip the zone, and unfortunately that's going to flip Access Denied's pushing potential on its head. They're gonna have to get missiles again. Mech able to find an assist with the team. This Tentebrel though was being a thorn in their side, able to jump out once again and keep those bubbles up and running, and then jump right back in because of the beacons. And all of a sudden, Access Denied is just having to deal with so much pressure, and they need to keep these specials online if they want to keep the game moving in their favor.
I was waiting for that splashdown, but it landed in a spot that did absolutely nothing. If they jumped to a more player that was fighting that Tentebrel, because like you said, Tentebrel will get rid of those bubbles, or splashdown will get rid of those bubbles and that tent shield, but the splashdown just kind of missing its mark right there, so a little bit of its effectiveness is gone. Lois still able to hold on to control of zone. It's been back and forth. Access Denied struggling to hold on to the zone longer than what Lois has been. And now they're all kind of bottlenecked over here on the left side plat. Hayden going in as a Tetra player would do. That splash down does flip the zone back into Access Denied's favor. But if Hayden get a splat right here, that would pay wonders for Access Denied going forward. But Nether still a thorn in the side, not lighting up the KAs, not lighting up the stat sheet, but obviously being a little bit of an issue here as those bubbles are coming right back out.
And again, they're not able to find these clean kills on the side of Lois. They're not able to shut down the specials, and they're able to come right back in because of those beacons. And Access Denied just is not playing at the same pace. Here comes the bomb rush from Link, and this could do a lot of damage. Here comes the K-shot as well, trying to follow up. Able to find Sug on that end zap. They're gonna get traded out, but this Tiger's taken down. They needed that armor. I think they were able to give it away, but even still, Meg ends up going down. Hayden's on this right side trying to maybe do something with the missiles and the splashdown, trying to find some way to get back in and flip the zone, because this is going to be the bracket if they can not get in here. The splashdown doesn't land because it's splashdown, and that's going to be access denied, giving up game 4, and that's bracket reset, right?
That is bracket reset, and Lois was waiting for that. They knew they either had to run in there and jump in it to do a jumping splashdown, or they were just going to do the 4 slide in there and splashdown right in the middle. They were ready for it, and they canceled it beautifully. And now, access denied has lost all of their advantage. We have reset the bracket. Magic, your streak of every single tournament you commentate for Low Ink being a bracket reset continues as well. Congratulations. And it's best of 5 all over again. Game 1 being, as we like to do here at Low Ink, we feel like Splat Zone's Mako Mart is the final destination of competitive Splatoon 2, as far as we like to see it. And we have a little bit, one player coming out, so that's the question for me is...
Poetry?
No, yeah, somebody's using the bathroom again. That's what they're... So we're taking a little bit of the bathroom break. Maybe you in chat should do so as well. We're just going to keep on talking here. We're ready to keep going. We're excited to see more competitive Splatoon action from these two teams. They've been playing great. All set. That was a fantastic set, minus the first game. Yeah. Especially those Rainmaker matches. Boy, it's fun to watch. It must be absolute hell to play against it, but it's fun to watch these two teams play Rainmaker with each other.
I had someone ask me, you know, like, I don't know how Low Ink gets so many views. You know, like, it's Splatoon. This is Splatoon. This is literally why we play the game. It's for matches like that. You know what I mean? And Low Ink is always exciting. Always. Well, every single time.
This is how you wish, like, teams played Splatoon. Not in the sense of, like, using these specific comps, but just using, like, a wide variety of funky and unique things. Also, one of the reasons why people watch this is because this is one of the first time where the audience, if you've been paying attention to Low Ink, you know who these two teams are already. Access denied. We talked about they made more alpha brackets probably than anybody ever. Lois was the second place team last month. We usually get that one new team that slips in the grand finals who we're figuring out who they are right in front of our faces here. You know who these two teams are, and that just builds into the drama and the hypeness of it. And you know, there's no clear favorite right here. Yeah, Lois just won that set. They've now won 7 straight sets, and they're looking to break a lot of curses. The number 1 seed, the team that finished in second place last month, the team who lost in round 1. They're looking to undo all of that stuff right now. And we haven't talked about, they haven't taken a break all day. They've been playing non-stop competitive Splatoon for 4 hours and 12 minutes up to this point.
Bright and early in the morning, might I add.
Do they have... Yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, it's Monday morning where they are, too. At what point do they have enough left in the tank? They seemed fine that last set, but we've seen this happen all the time. Eventually, the tank runs dry, and everything just falls apart. You never recapture your momentum. Is that going to happen with Lois? But now that it's a best of 5, can they just find a way to keep this energy that they're probably burning on fumes on right now? Can they keep it going for just 3 more games?
And that's the other thing too. You know, a lot of times, like in higher level tournaments, you're gonna see, oh, this JP pickup who we don't really know a lot of players, except for like the people who watch the JP scene a little bit more intensely will know, come in and sweep everyone using bread and butter compositions and really not really playing like with immense strategy, still playing with strategy of course, but not trying to completely break the game. And that's what we see here. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing the frontiers of the game being pushed, in my opinion.
Oh, please, don't let this double sploosh nonsense become a thing outside of here. No, thank you. Splat Zone's Mako Mart. Is this final destination in your mind? Splat Zone's Mako.
No.
What's better? Let's name a map and mode that's better.
Actually, you know what? Yes, I think that is an apt comparison because of how it functions compared to the characters that play on it. Because in Final Destination, you have players that are really good at juggling, who have kind of like chain grabs and stuff, that completely exceed on it, even though it's a completely even playing field, quote unquote. It's the same here. Tri-Slosher is going to wreck your day if you play on Mako Mart, especially on zones. It's not fun if you're playing into a Tri-Slosher on Mako Mart. So yes, sure, it's Final Destination. See if I care.
Access Denied lost 2 Splat Zone games in the first bracket of Grand Finals. They might go 0-3 here, but if they can find a way to win this one and put momentum into their side, we've talked about this all day long, but it's so critical. Whoever wins this game right here in Mako Mart is going to be in the driver's seat to win the whole tournament. And if Access Denied can break through and win on Splat Zones, and then they can keep themselves safe to pick tower control later, and then go to Clan Blitz later if they need to, it's going to be fine. But again, if Lois can win this one, they're going to be, I mean, they're going to win. Well, they might not win. They've shown a little bit more vulnerability in the other Rainmaker one, but they're going to be really confident there. This game 1 could decide. Oh, no, could. I'll say it right now. Whoever wins this one is going to win this tournament.
Here we go. Bracket reset of Grand Finals, Low Ink January 2022. New year, new ink. And these are some great teams to have as Hayden goes down to Link here early on. Ends up getting shut down as well. But Lois able to cap first. And again, this is going to be the crucial game. This is Splat Zones. They need to get something rolling here because both of these teams are playing depending on that momentum.
2 players going down on the side of Lois as Access Denied able to pop their missiles there and get control of zone. They should be able to get lead, but they don't really care about that right now. They want to get some serious points on the board. 1 player going down, that is Sug on the backside. Saucy Boy forced to retreat with the Suction Bomb Rush, so that's a special that's not going to be used the way they want it to use properly. And Lois able to get control of the map in the way that they want to. Now they're working around the stacks, just kind of stay near zone, putting a lot of paint down, giving them lead. But here comes the specials right away from Access Denied that should chase them right back out and gives control of zone eventually to Access Denied. So a lot of back and forth early on here. Nobody really establishing control just yet.
That could have been really close, though, because there was a bomb rush out there in the freezer area, as well as the Tri-Slosher up on the right stack with Hayden. And unfortunately, was that a trade? Ow. Oh, no, it was Meg. Okay, I was like, did SB get that? That would have been insane. No, Meg able to help the teammate in need, able to trade it out. But that armor and bomb rush combo that could have sent Lois tail spinning was not able to do so, but did set up AD for this kind of half lockout right now. Not able to do much, not able to put much paint on the ground. Here comes Link from the far side. Didn't know how he got there, but all of a sudden, this looks like it's a good setup for Lois. Able to find one, Nether on this far stack, trying to chase people away. Able to find another, and the support all of a sudden putting in work. AD able to trade some people out, 2v2, and the zone has not flipped yet. There it is.
The movement of Lois is just beautiful. I mean, they're not with each other, but they're still working with each other. Anyways, yes. You see Link flanking around, and you see the rest of the players responding on the opposite side and taking the right kind of fights. Lois playing very coordinated. And now Hayden, though, yeah, it's a little bit of a not so much coordination right there when you're all 3 right on top of a Tri-Slosher. Hayden with the punish and flips the zone immediately back into Access Denied's favor. We've crossed the halfway point. AD's in the lead.
Literally, what did I say? What did I say about Tri-Slosher on a map like this? Like, it's just unfair. It's just not. It's just
about juggling. That's what.
Yeah. AD doing well, keeping people out, able to build up the specials for the retake. Maybe backing away, giving them a little bit of space on zone, able to pop the missiles out right now, able to keep eyes on Link on this far stack. Hayden gonna try and find a way to beat him out, but ends up not getting to the position in time. Link able to find one goes down as well. Sug going to have to go down, SB jumping out, and all of a sudden, Lois, like you said earlier, moving like a rocket through this zone.
Yeah, and the Lois opting to go with the Ink Armor Burst Bomb one. A double Burst Bomb comp, along with the double missile, double armor. Lois, it's very obvious their comp is trying to just make Access Denied uncomfortable, and it's just now where it's starting to kind of pay dividends. Saucy Boy being the last player left alive, is getting swarmed all over the place. They're probably going to lose lead right here as Lois is getting in a very good position. Oh, but somehow the K-Shot player goes down. That won't prevent the lead from being flipped back into their favor, but it will open up a window for Access Denied to come in here and try to keep the game going a little bit more. There come the missiles. Meg on the front side barely solves it. The 1-point meme, but I think, are they going to be able to cap it? They do. Poetry dying in the zone. Wow, the 1-point meme keeps going. 1 minute left to go.
And that's a lot of penalty points to chew through. I didn't realize how low the penalty was earlier, but as soon as everyone went down, it started rolling, absolutely rolling. AD, if you're an AD fan right now, you are clenching. The Tri-Sloshers trade out and the missiles back up Kazaz. This is going to be very tense. The K-Shot's duking it out. Megami ends up on top. That's huge. That's massive. 15 points left to go, and they don't have the specials to keep this one rolling. They're not even close to zone. They're trying to get some paint down. Here comes the Tri-Slosher, but the shot, the bomb able to keep people out. 2 go down to the side of Lois. That's going to be AD taking this game, and that's going to be massive for the momentum of the set.
Wow, I think both teams recognized how important that neutral game was. I mean, just Access Denied, so smart. Okay, we got to give up lead right there, but we got to throw everything we can. And I'm honestly kind of surprised Lois lost control of that zone. It seemed like they had the man advantage. I think they just had a player die in zone, and that just ultimately flipped it into the favor of Access Denied. But now they have control of this set. It doesn't matter. They don't have to win on Rainmaker now. They just got to win on their maps, and they'll be fine. Now, keep in mind, Lois was able to beat Access Denied on one of their own counter picks in the last set, but Access Denied can't go back to Splat Zones Wahoo anyways. They just won on Splat Zones right here. Also keep in mind, if anybody's power goes out, they still get the replay because the bracket reset fixes that as well. And right now, Lois recognizing, oh, let's go right back at same map though, Humpback Pump Track. Yes, they're going to be the favorite here, but I think they might be better off going to Rainmaker somewhere else, just because I don't think you want to give the other team another opportunity to lab out a way to beat you here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, AD was so close. They just needed one good defense. And, again, if you're from the FLC school of pushing the Rainmaker, it doesn't matter that they were close on defense. If you keep throwing enough punches, you're going to make it work. So maybe that's their idea. Maybe it's just like, all right, well, we know that this strategy is basically foolproof. We're going to beat them eventually because we have so many chances to keep pushing the Rainmaker that they're not that afraid. But I don't know if that's what they should be going for. AD looked really clean last time. I don't know.
Like you said, they might not want to go back to Manta because they might want to keep a TC option, although Access 9 very strong on tower control. Yeah. And the other Rainmaker maps, they probably just don't feel like have that same kind of impact with what they're trying to do here with their comp as what this is. So, I mean, I still think this is their map to lose, obviously, but it's hard to beat a team so many times on one specific map and mode over and over and over again, because you're just giving them more opportunities to learn from their mistakes that they made and figure out what you're going to do. Same comp coming out from Lois. And they do make a change.
They made a Charger. I'm ecstatic because of that. Look, and I also want to point out the Haunt is going to be really key here to keep eyes on the enemies, where they're going, if anyone's flanking or anything. This is a really good adjustment, in my opinion. This is exactly what SB needs, is the confidence to make plays and get picks and aggressively. And here comes the armor.
And you saw the opening from Access Denied. They didn't even touch mid. They were like, no, we can't do anything. Just let them get top. So they established control, but it's not going to work out right now. 2 players immediately going down. Link just trying to get a sandwich here on Meg, who ultimately does pick up the Rainmaker, and they're just going in. But Hayden camped up around that right side with the Tri-Slosher, denying access for the Rainmaker around there, at least for now.
And 2 ends up going down on the side of Lois, and that's 1 jumping out. Make that 2! They're regrouping, which is important, but they're giving up a lot of control in mid. This could be AD's chance to push. Here comes the Ray. That's huge, actually. It's keeping everyone back. They're not able to stay forward. They get the lead, end up getting the with a bomb, but they're not close enough to pop. And so AD can keep going if they want to.
Another window getting showed closed very quickly. Maybe a little bit of an impatient push there from Access Denied, hoping that Ray would do something. And there goes Nether just nomming their way through the Access Denied defense. 2v4 situation, 4v1 situation. Got the Rainmaker right there. Somebody desperate play because that was a delayed wipe. But now they just pop it and pick it up. No, they're still getting taken down. How are they slowing down this push?
AD is finding something. AD is using their Tri-Slosher, using this Charger to find something. They end up getting that 20 push. Finally, Ray comes out and takes people down, but they still have the Rainmaker to pick up. They still picked it up. They dunked it, even though the Ray was right on his face. What?
Well, that was the only thing that could. I think the Ray was just kind of skirting the edge. They weren't like making directs with the stream right there. But I mean, yeah, you can slow it down, but you can't stop it. A much more dominant win this time around. And well, that was the last time you're going to see Rainmaker for this month. Access Tonight's not going to pick that. And well, we got it out of the way. So still, now again, Access Tonight's counter pick. They have to win. If they lose on their own counter pick, it's going to be a nightmare. But they have an opportunity to make something happen. Do they double down and say, "Hey, we can't beat your Rainmaker Humpback. You can't beat us at TC Shipyard, so let's run that back"?
That's probably what they're going to do. I'm predicting this goes TC Sturgeon, Zones Inkblot, probably, and I honestly expect AD to go Clams.
Yeah, they would have to, because if they win at Tower Control, okay, they're going Anchovy. They picked this map a lot before too, so this is a good map mode for them. But yeah, if it got to a game 5 and Access Denied was in control, they have to pick Clam Blitz. Honestly, Lois would have to pick Clam Blitz too, or Splat Zones at that point. Yeah, so it's interesting, the mind games going on here with the counter picks. But Tower Control Anchovy, this is a really strong Access Denied map. Lois, though, the last Tower Control game, Lois was in control, and they just, as soon as they lost it, though, it was just over at that one point. But it's not like Lois can't beat teams on Tower Control. They've shown it is their weakest of the 4 modes by far, with all the sets we've seen them play so far on stream. But it's not like they're just bad here. It's just, I think the other teams just have a little bit more. I think the play styles the other teams have, the slower play style works out a little bit more into their favor here. No real surprises with the comps that's coming out from the side of Lois either. They're keeping the aggression there. Double inzap, or double armor, double missiles. Obviously, Fire Fin coming out for Access Tonight.
Critical game 3 here. This is going to be determine the pace of this match. As my voice is starting to slowly lose its luster, these teams are slowly putting out their missiles and their armors, and I think that Lois literally just threw everything, and now they're starting to bolt over Access Denied. End up getting one on either side, and Hayden here trying to make something happen in the mid, trading out.
That's a good trade.
Yeah, that's fine. If you're Access Denied, you like that.
Yeah, if Lois takes care of Hayden right there, I think you start a very nice push and get across that first checkpoint. But obviously, this is why they picked this map, because they want their Charger getting set up around here and around the fan area, and just kind of mopping up mid. But 2 players going in for Access Denied. Make that 3. All players going in. They all got punished for it. Now all of a sudden your Charger up top here isn't going to be too comfortable. This first checkpoint should fall with ease, because I don't think there's going to be any specials online from Access Denied to save it.
Not anytime soon. They do find the armor quickly, but not up in time to counteract these missiles, and ends up going down anyways. The K-Shot's in there with a special, and there's 0 paint in their street. They have no control. Hayden able to at least make a little bit of room with this Tri-Slosher, able to get this jump, maybe one more. There was another that was weak, able to find Poetry. That's at least 3 down on the side of Lois. Because that's with the bomb underneath the grates, able to find Hayden and end up getting behind AD. Gonna be a little bit of a nuisance as they try to get this push going. Was that Link that was up there as well?
No,
yes, it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought they were on the Access Denied side of the map for a little bit there myself. But no, it's Saucy Boy goes down, and it looks like Lois is going to save on to this first checkpoint. That's critical for them, because they don't have the craziest leads for this map right now. You want to get across that second one. I guess we say that about every map, but it's true. So holding on to this checkpoint as long as Lois can is just going to feed into their favor because they remember how quickly Access Denied went from 0 to 100 in the last tower control game. So they want to keep that push slowed down as often as they can.
It's the sustained pushes that really work for Access Denied, and if they can maintain these super long fights, then it usually works out, but not if they keep 1v1ing and getting split up. They usually work best together. Now they're able to take down Megami with a crazy bomb play after raising the fan. Goes for the charger, but ends up getting stuffed. Stiff-armed as they try to make their way through. Missiles coming out, and SB has to back up at least a little bit, make sure to stay safe. And that's control of mid for Lois, as there's 2 minutes left in this game and not a lot of time for AD to start a push if they keep burning this clock.
A greedy play by Nether, but it doesn't really... I thought they were going to get punished for that, but look, they're right back right here. Lois playing very well in the opening 3 minutes of this match. Able to get a trade right there in a 2v1 situation. That's nice. Can they get across this checkpoint, though? That is the real question. So coming up here against 1v1 against Poetry, and Poetry's in zap just a little bit better that time around, and that's going to keep this push going even longer. Link ultimately going down. Rain's going to soften up Poetry for the Hayden to come in there and get the splat, but Hayden goes down themselves. Kazaz, being the last player left alive, opting to retreat, but still, they're not adding a crazy amount of points to their lead. It doesn't matter. They're bleeding time off the clock. That's what they're trying to do here.
And because you can bleed time off the clock, you're giving SB on AD less opportunities to get safe and continue pushes. They're able to get a lot of paint control, and because of that, they're able to get a lot of specials in mid, but now they just need to make sure that they stop Lois from getting their own, and that's what they're trying to do. Hayden trying to make some room here up on this top area. Able to find one, able to find the K-shot, and that's a massive pick as the time starts bleeding into the last minute. Specials online for Lois here, but there's a lot of green in their street. They're not able to clear the checkpoint because of the missiles quite yet. They finally clear it, but there's only one player left alive, and that is SB. He's probably going to jump out. Yep. One push left for AD, and they need this to win on their counter pick.
And look how aggressive they're going up. Okay, maybe not. They're just getting control of Access Denied's fan and opting to just kind of hold on here into mid. But look, Access Denied's going in, and 2 players going down on each side. That's just a trade. The missiles coming out a little bit early, but enough for the rest of the players of Lois to just kind of go in and start getting some picks here and getting control of the enemy plat. This is not where Access Denied wants to be taking this fight right now with Lois on the tower, but you don't want to ride that tower too far. You don't want to give it to Access Denied as they're starting to swarm it right here, and they do get control of the tower, but those missiles are going to force them off of it, or not. They're going to swarm it, and now all of a sudden, Access Denied has lost on their counter pick. The advantage they got in game 1 is over. And now Lois is just 1 win away from winning this tournament.
And Lois is playing amazingly. They've had the run of a lifetime to get to this point, and they're still just keeping it up with crazy picks like the Mini and the H3, and they're doing fantastically. I'm so impressed at how Lois has been playing throughout this entire set and winning on a counter pick that they know they shouldn't be winning on. Amazing stuff.
Well, that was just their... I think that was probably their weakest mode, but they played it a lot better than what they've had against Shiverme and obviously against Access Denied. So there you go. Now it's a game 4. Access Denied obviously needing to win it. Lois wanting to put this tournament away right here, right now. But what do you do if you're Access Denied? You go back to tower control. You can't go to splat zones. You don't want to do Rainmaker, so you either go back to tower or you go to Clan Blitz. I don't think we've seen Access Denied on Clan Blitz on stream so far today, unless I'm mistaken.
I don't think I've seen them.
Or it was that Mako Mart game, actually. Or no, that was Inkling. I'm thinking a little bit earlier still. But yeah, they're taking a little bit of time here to make this pick. Because they want to make sure they get it right. It has to be their best one in general. Whatever it's going to be. And it looks... Wait.
Huh?
Wait.
No!
No!
No way!
No!
No way, dude. There's simply no way.
Are you kidding me?
They're playing right into their hands. Maybe they're trying to psych him out.
Are you serious? Like, who? Yeah, I honestly did not believe it. I had to look back at the chat. Rainmaker, Manta Maria. Why? I don't understand. you could, if you wanted to go here, you could have just gone to tower control. Okay. We'll see how this works.
All right.
This is the map Lois wants to go to anyways.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Maybe they beat him here earlier, like off stream in the winners round or something. Okay.
Straight up. They're going in. This is the game point for Lois.
Officially, everything I've said predicted on this stream is now 100% wrong. Everything has been wrong. This is Rainmaker, Manta Maria. This is Access Tonight's counter pick. There's the comp. Lois says, okay, thank you. Hayden coming out with a sploosh. I think this is the same exact comp they used last month against each other. Access Tonight knows what's coming this time around. Access Tonight's going for the pop. I think that they got it.
I mean, they're trying to go for cut quickly. The splooshes are there. They're gonna have hammers online soon, I think. Maybe, but there's not enough paint. Here come the missiles, able to find people, scout it out, using this Rainmaker shot as cover. And brings in the rest of AD behind him. They're going for it. They're trying to take their own counter pick. But the hammer gets three. The sploosh stays alive. Hayden's still up.
Oh, you can't. No, you can't. I was about to say, you can't do that. Okay, but there, access denied. Lois seen Lois right there in the opening, but look how quickly they're grabbing it. Again, Lois doesn't really care about losing right now because they're just going to play the same play style anyways. It's now that Access Tonight has this huge lead. Are they going to keep the aggression up, or are they going to play the most stressful 4 minutes of Rainmaker in their entire lives right now?
This is, no matter what, this is the most stressful game of Rainmaker they are going to play in their entire lives. Running, like, staring down the barrel. It might not last much longer. Oh, what? Soon? Able to find a massive pick? The missile's coming out, trying to pop this Rainmaker. Able to take down both of them that were running amok in their base. Wow.
It's just been a minute and 30 seconds. This is going to be a long one. Buckle in, ladies and gentlemen. We got a barn burner on our hands here. The Rainmaker able to take care of the K-shot along that left side. And now here's the question. You want to add to your lead. You don't want to just stay back. You really don't want to do that if your access denied. But two hammers are online and armor. If you can get Lois to burn those specials here, instead, they're not going to have them ready to go on the offensive side of things. That's why you want to push. Two players going down from access tonight, but they take two more players with them. Link ultimately does get the trade, and there comes the Stingray, but still, 2 minutes gone now. Access denied, still with the lead and control mid.
This is crazy. We're seeing two pushes every minute. I think one from either side, both times. The pace of this game is a pace of a high-level game. This is incredible.
Just both teams throwing everything they got into this set right here. I mean, it feels like the whole tournament. This feels like a game 5, honestly, is what this feels like. Nether able to get a splat, falling hammer splat on the way down. Does that count as a fall kill? And what? Sug able to survive that. Somehow shoots the bullets all the way through the hammer shield, and one player's left alive for Lois. 2 minutes left to go now.
That's a wipe! That's a delayed wipe! AD could really decide to just shove it down the left side and make it in a super bad position for Lois, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're just gonna camp it up here. They can't really approach, all they can use is bombs and maybe some hammers. But other than that, AD's got the advantage! Link ends up going down, that's a massive pick!
One more player going down. Access denied, trying to add to the lead. Nether able to stop the Rainmaker for now. You know, Nether and Lois in general have only been able to do like one push. They've been having a lot of difficult time all of a sudden trying to get past the mid. And two players are going down. And look, Hayden says, get rid of this hammer. I'm going for the lead even more. And they don't add to their lead, but they take the Rainmaker deep in the enemy base. And now it's access denied that's throwing in players one at a time to get to the Rainmaker. They're going to stop right here. They're going to go back to mid. And now 1 minute 13 left to go. And Lois is going to get their second opportunity to try to get some actual points on the board. They do take care of Hayden right there. And the Stingray is going to be online as well as armor. Those missiles not getting fired with the Stingray that's going to be coming out though.
I'm just floored that even with a charger, they're able to pick up plays with the same pace and the same style as Lois, just throwing everything at them, making really scrappy plays in mid, making 1v1s happen. Link in the street of access denied right now, but if Sug, with a very heads-up play, decides to run the Rainmaker forward, make sure they can't get it too far.
That's a delayed wipe!
Going for access denied. Hayden's there, trying to stop this before they end up getting the lead. And what? Hayden made the and now this is
live! And they reset it! This is amazing! Wow! 20 seconds left to go now!
Cannot believe this. A great pick from SB. Now they're just running away with the game. Hayden able to find another. There's just no chance that Lois loses on their main counter pick, getting their own strategy used against them. And all of a sudden, access denied has brought this to a game 4.
I don't believe what I just saw. I cannot. Why the heck did they pick that to begin with, and how did they win there? 1 point? How did they hang on with 1 point? They got wiped. It was just the sploosh coming in. Why do people watch Low Ink? That's why. What the heck was that? Oh my goodness. And all of a sudden, wow. So let's reset here, because we got, that wasn't game 5. That was game 4. So tower control is not an option to be picked, because it's Lois who gets to pick now. They can't do Rainmaker, as much as I guess access denied would welcome that challenge. They can't pick it anyways. They could pick Splat Zones and Clan Blitz. Assuming you mentioned Splat Zones Art Academy, I think we're gonna see that here, because they just steamrolled them last time, and they still get to go there.
Imagine that you're Lois right now. It's a game point. It's the enemy's counter pick after you beat them on their own counter pick. And they pick one of your favorite map modes of the tournament. They pick it into you. They run your same strategy, they play it the same way, and you get 1 point away from winning it. But they make a statement, which is not even in the final game of the set, that they won on your favorite map mode.
I can't. I can't believe they picked it. I can't believe they even picked it. And let it go the fact that they won. What went through the mindset of, well, let's go there. Let's do it. They must have beaten them earlier. Like, that must have been a map they beat them on before. The pick is coming in. It is Clan Blitz at Snapper Canal. So a mode we haven't seen yet, and a map we haven't seen yet. That seems kind of on paper a neutral setting here for this game 5 that you get to control. But no, that's no. But I think at this point everything just goes out the window. I mean, just pick any map and just let these two teams go at it. Nothing matters anymore.
At the end of the day, this set comes down to one game, where both teams are basically playing a clean slate, and the entire tournament has literally come down to this game.
I mean, and these two teams. It's these two teams. The team that finished second place last month. The team that's been in alpha bracket more than anybody. I mean, so much emotion and soul is going to be in this game 5. I hate to overhype it up, but it's so true. Both teams are going to cry at the end of this set. I believe it. Either because they won or they lost, because there's just so much emotionally into this one. This is fantastic to watch. Oh, man.
If people aren't recording or streaming their perspectives right now, like, literally just turn on your phone camera or something and record this. Because I need this in my life.
This is an instant classic. I mean, this is, regardless of what happens in this game 5, this Low Ink this is a March kind of Low Ink of last year. This is a October kind of Low Ink of last year. This is one people are going to be talking about for a long time. Let's hope for another dramatic game 5. Winner takes the whole kit and caboodle. Loser might have to come back next month. It's Clan Blitz at Snapper Canal. Lois, the team that picked this map, they're gonna go down with that tent umbrella. I guess they realized that the Tetris didn't work out crazy well last time they used it. But it combined right with the right kind of splashdowns, they might be able to find a way to deal with it.
But the tent, they knew that the tent is going to cause a lot of problems for AD, and so that's why this ends up being the pick. And that's such a heads-up play. Like, that's just really smart thinking, because they can't really do too much. They've got a burst bomb and not a whole lot of stuff that can deal with it. They have to pop a bomb rush to prevent this tent from messing up their street, and all of a sudden it's just back. There's nothing they can do about it. It's going to put pressure on their street the entire game. Hayden's going to try and do the same thing over there, but can't match the pressure that is this tent umbrella. Sug ends up trying to fight this 2v1, and all of a sudden, access denied is looking like there's going to be a lot of yellow around their basket.
You know, the pressure both teams are feeling right now is just... You don't know that until you've actually been in the setting. Every time you get splatted, it feels horrible. Every time you splat somebody, you're like screaming in VC, I got him. One trade going around that right side. Link trying to make something happen. I'm amazed. Both teams are sticking to their principles here. Link still trying to make some some flanks, and the rest of the team responding to it. Hayden still trying to make some flanks with that Tetra as well, going in with the armor and waiting for the right time to strike. Both teams being very passive, but there's a lot of yellow and a lot of clams on the side of Lois right now.
Die to that chicken, but ends up not going down. Hayden ends up going down instead. Able to trade at least one out. That QR is going to be active for Hayden now. The clams are still coming in, and the specials as well are going to be online soon on both sides. This could end up being a neutral situation that ends up swinging the match. It's going to be hard, though. That far right side near the AD basket is all yellow paint right across the bridge, and there's not a whole lot they can do about it. Link ends up getting the missiles, and it seems like blue. There's a lot of blue on this map.
There is, but all the clams have been on the side of Lois right now, and they do finally pop the basket and got a lot of bubbles to work with right there. And they're going to get a lot of points here, but they're going to lose a lot of players in the process. Poetry might try to make something happen there on the right side. Instead of going to back off. 50 points scored. That's a pretty good opening push. And, you know, with how both teams have struggled to get to that basket, we're just now crossing the halfway mark. That could be a score you could win with here.
But you know what? It's important. The beacons in that bunker are able to get the K-Shot and the Tent Umbrella back quickly to the defensive positions that they needed to be in. SB trying to miss out this Tent Umbrella here, trying to find a way around it. Going to be able to jump in because AD has the pressure in street. Not going to be able to find the throw. The splashdown able to land, and Hayden's going to dance around at least for a little bit, but that's a full wipe. 80 went in too deep, and now with this Clam Blitz match, with 3 minutes done, is looking like it's in the favor of Lois.
You know, that kind of situation right there, somebody was just in a good position, and they were like, just jump to me, without realizing, oh, wait a minute, we probably, after we pop this basket, we probably can't sustain it anyways, because we're kind of out of position with this jump. So just a little bit of a mismanaged play right there that wasn't really going to result in anything positive anyways. One more trade going down here. All the trades are going to work out in Lois's favor right now because they have control of the map, they have lead, but they lose one player without a trade until somebody else on Access Denied goes down. It's just back and forth right now, and that's not what Access Denied needs to do if they need to win this one. They need somebody to step up and make some hero plays. Look, so few splats on the side of Access Denied. I guess both teams, honestly.
Yeah, if there ever... This is the grand finals curse, where you're just playing so scared. You're playing for your life. You're trying to make the right plays. You're not trying to overextend too much. And that's exactly what we're seeing on the side of AD, but unfortunately it's not working out too well until they end up getting a double team into a double kill. And that's going to lead to a lot of blue and a lot of clams on the side of Access Denied, trying to find Poetry here. They get a jump in, but it's not going to do too much. SP able to land it, but they're not going to be able to sustain this push.
Yeah, they don't have the bodies to do it. Sook's going to try to make something happen here. And they're gathering up the clams now. They do keep it open a little bit longer, but they're not going to be enough right here. So now it comes down to the last 30 seconds. If you're Lois, are you going to keep the aggression up, which you've done all set long? And it looks like they are. Nether doing a good job of soaking attention away from everybody on that right side. That gives Lois a lot of opportunity. Nether jumping out of that fight, doesn't die. That's kind of critical right now. And one player goes down. That's Saucy Boy going down for Access Denied. It's starting to look more and more like Lois. But Hayden trying to make a play, but you can't flank right now because they're flanking at your own basket. They do pop it. And I don't think there's a Mercy Clam. Oh no, they do have a clam, and they do shut it down, and they don't have another opportunity. It's going to come down to this. Get access denied in the Nightmare right here and come back in overtime. Lois desperately trying to hold on. Saucy Boy has the missiles to work with, but they're running out of time. Overtime started with the basket open. Hayden going in, landing a splash down, not getting any splash. Access denied, running right through. Time runs out. Time runs out. They had it, but just didn't have enough time. And Lois exercised the demons by frames. They win, Low Ink.
They win through losers after getting taken down by Access Denied in round 1 and came back to beat them twice after losing on their own counter pick, after losing and getting second place in Last Low Ink, and getting first seed in this bracket and finally fulfilling the prophecy of that seed.
Wow. That was just frames because it looked like Access Denied finally had everything. They popped the basket, or they threw it at the basket. They were getting the splats. They landed the splashdown, but ultimately Lois hanged on just long enough. Oh my goodness, what a finish to an incredible tournament. Lois now breaking so many things. So many curses automatically gone now because of what Lois just did. And the Nightmare, man, I know Access Denied probably... No, not probably. Oh. They're definitely not happy with how that ended, but they still put on a fantastic performance for the ages. One we're going to remember for a long time, but the Low Ink Trophy is going down under to Australia. A whole new continent has now said that they got a Low Ink champion. Congratulations to Lois. What, man, there's sometimes I watch a Low Ink and I think this is the best it's ever going to get. To people who wonder why so many people watch and talk about Low Ink, you just saw it. What a hell of a set.
That was immaculate. My heart goes out to Access Denied. I cannot express how much it breaks my heart to see them lose that, but at the same time, seeing Lois step up and be this new fresh face on the block and really take over the game is also just so endearing to see. Oh.
Yeah, that was good. That was great. That was fantastic. Congratulations to Lois for winning that one. Obviously, we'll continue to see them in SAC, I'm sure, and a lot of you probably watching this stream that are banned from Low Ink. Don't worry, I think you're going to see more of Lois. These guys are playing in a lot of tournaments. They're playing in Div 6 finals against Legato coming up pretty soon of Ludi. So it's good to see a name brand team with Low Ink. I mean, they've been playing it a lot. They were Lois before now, but they were Nerve before. They've been playing in Low Ink a long time for themselves as well. And now they get to wake up. Now they get to go eat breakfast. Their day's just getting started. Whereas for all of us, it's kind of winding down right now. But yeah, that was good. That was fun, man.
That's one of the best Low Inks I've commentated, and that's saying something.
Yeah, it is, because you always do the crazy ones. I guess we got to start winding this sucker down.
Wrapping it up, tie it with a bow.
Magic, where can people find you?
At magic_octo on Twitter. That's probably where I'm the most active right now. Expect things soon, potentially. Popgun, where can the good people find you?
Popcast tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, you need to go watch some football, get that weekly recap going.
Yeah, the Rams were doing pretty good last I saw. But yeah, I mean, we got a lot to talk about tomorrow, obviously. I got a lot of things to apologize for. I did not. I mean, I think I had Lois at like my number 5, and man, did they prove us wrong. I mean, so many things Lois did today are just unbelievable. But they're Low Ink champions, and rightfully so. Man, did they earn it here today?
For sure.
From all of us here at IPL, our producer Ink Fair, the head TOs for this tournament, JPEG, Hoenn Hero, myself, all the wonderful verification staff that we have working behind the scenes this month, and everybody else who came out and worked this tournament on the past couple of weekends. We thank you guys for watching this. Obviously, we know you're here every single week, every single month, but spread the word. There's people missing out on the best tournament in competitive Splatoon, regardless of the skill level. We thank you for watching this. We'll see you guys back next month. We'll do it again. You've been watching Low Ink on IPL.